never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Kind of hard to believe, but just like that, we close out another weekend. And if the calendar is correct, hey, next weekend we got holiday weekend, Memorial Day weekend coming on, right? What many say is the official kickoff of summer. I don't know about where you are, but it is definitely beginning to feel more summer-like. We're summer officially arriving, Wednesday night, Thursday? Later this week, we will actually have a celestial event to talk about this week. Not all of us will get to see it in its entirety, but got a lunar eclipse coming up later this week. We'll break that down for you coming up here. But meanwhile, hope you had a good weekend. A lot of outdoor activities, things to do. And in certain parts of the country, I thought over the last several nights, the cicada invasion was really into full swing. I stepped out this past evening, a few hours ago, and at least here in this region, Southwest Ohio, the real emergence, if you'd have it that way. Millions and millions are coming out. There are some trees out there where there are so many cicadas climbing the tree, you can actually hear the little claws ticking on the trees. That's how many of them there are. So get ready for the singing begins. There have been a few singing over the last several days, but with the warm-up we've seen in recent days, we knew you get a couple of 80-degree days, and they'll be coming out in mass. I know over in the Baltimore area, they were talking that the big emergence probably was taking place there over the weekend. Maybe we'll hear from Horse Feathers tonight. Give us an update from there in the Baltimore area. But get ready for the heat wave in the southeast. There's some good news for folks in Texas and Louisiana. You've got a few days. There will be some rain in the mix, but nothing compared to what we saw this past week with day after day after day of torrential rains. But the river levels continue to rise. Right about now, rivers should be about their peak. But it's going to take most of the upcoming week for the water levels to recede in that part of the country. We'll start things off tonight. There are some showers and thunderstorms in the central portions of the country. We've got a line of thunderstorms that does include some severe thunderstorm watches, and we even have a few severe thunderstorm warnings in place. Let me refresh the screen. Those thunderstorm watches extend from east central portions of New Mexico through the southwestern corner of Colorado, on up into northwestern Kansas, about the western third of Nebraska, on up into parts of South Dakota, North Dakota. We've got some severe thunderstorms there in east central South Dakota, on down into south central Nebraska at this hour. So definitely some torrential rains falling in that region of the country. Let me zoom in a little closer and see where our leading edge. North Platte, you've seen the heaviest rains push through there. You've got some lighter rain for the next several hours, and things will begin to clear out there. Is it Pierre or Pierre, South Dakota? Pierre, you've seen one round of heavy storms, a little bit of a break, and then another line is going to be pushing through that region. It's got some very strong thunderstorms stretching from right about the north side of Bismarck, North Dakota, all the way up into the northwestern corner. Williston, North Dakota, on up into southern portions of Canada. Definitely some torrential rains in that region of the country. Meanwhile, in the southeast, it is relatively quiet. High pressure is in control, dominating our weather, and that's going to be the case here. Temperatures have already been on the rise over the past several days in much of the southeast, but this is just the beginning, as much of this week is going to feature midsummer-like heat and humidity, some of which may actually break some daily records for late in the month of May here, as a slow-moving storm is set to bring some colder air and snow to parts of the west, and the severe weather we were just talking about into the plains as we close out the weekend. Heat is being pumped into much of the eastern U.S. Over the past several days. That high pressure is in control, and the heat is going to persist, leading to a full-fledged heat wave. High temperatures are climbing well into the 90s, some communities challenging daily high temperature records. A few spots may hit the 100-degree mark this week. So for several days in a row, we'll be challenging heat records. Charlotte and Raleigh, afternoon highs around or even slightly above where you would normally peak out in July or August, believe it or not. Places like Savannah and Atlanta, Georgia, to Nashville, Tennessee, you'll all be in the midst of a heat wave through much of the upcoming week. For many, the heat will actually peak Wednesday and Thursday. That's where we'll see the greatest chance of maybe setting some record high temperatures. A bit further northwest from Nashville into the Ohio Valley, Tuesday and Wednesday are expected to be the hottest days before the heat there gets trimmed a little bit. Thursday, that'll probably be your hottest day in Atlanta, when the record high of 95 degrees will be challenged. That record was set back in 1916. Wednesday, Raleigh, expected to challenge your record high for that day of 93. That was set just a couple of years ago, 2019. Columbia, South Carolina could challenge record highs for 3 consecutive days. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday of this week. The records to beat, it's going to be a challenge. It would be a 101 Tuesday, 100 on Wednesday, 99 on Thursday. The forecast is to reach the upper 90s all 3 days this week. Now, the actual temperatures are going to soar, but The heat index, it's going to feel even warmer, as well as the hazards that can come from it. While the temperature is going to resemble midsummer, humidity will be increasing a bit. It's still relatively low compared to what you see in midsummer, but temperatures, if you're going to be spending time outdoors, be careful to protect against heat-related illnesses. While the temperatures are going to peak in the 90s for many each afternoon, it's going to feel like well into the 100-degree range for the same areas. So if you're going to be spending time outdoors when the heat is most intense, late morning to mid-afternoon hours, take those necessary precautions. Stay hydrated, frequent breaks, stay in shaded areas as much as possible. The UV index is going to be very high. I mean, we're talking a UV index of 8 to 10, or even maybe extreme UV index of 11 plus for some. At these levels, damage to exposed and unprotected skin can occur in 10 to 15 minutes. So you definitely need to have some sunscreen if you're going to be exposed during the middle of the day when the sun is highest. Many are aware of the frequent warnings during heat waves, heat-related illness, heat exhaustion, heat stroke. However, not taking proper precautions against sun exposure can lead to something known as sun poisoning. If you've ever had that, you know it'll make you very, very ill. Most of the Southeast, no stranger to the heat and humidity, but blazing sunshine, the risks that accompany that this time of year. It's always good to kind of refresh your knowledge, be prepared before doing any yard work or headed to the pool or the beach early on in the season. Looks like mostly dry weather is going to accompany the heat as well. While that's good news for those eager to cool off at the local lake or the beach, forecasters are concerned about the length of the dry spell and some of the dangers that may be bringing with it. This length of dry weather in the Southeast could bring back the threat for brush fires for a time this week. Abnormally dry to moderate drought conditions right now ongoing in the eastern portions of the Carolinas, as well as southern Florida. Forecasters say it depends on where you are. Further to the north, places like Nashville to Raleigh, you'll see temperatures fall closer to normal levels toward the end of the week. Further south, it may take until maybe later during the upcoming holiday weekend till temperatures are finally trimmed back closer to normal. Charleston, South Carolina, Savannah, Macon, Georgia. You may see high temperatures stay several degrees above normal each day, probably right up until Memorial Day, a full week from now. A cold front will sweep through the Great Lakes in the Northeast, middle portions of this week. That will eventually make it through parts of the Ohio Valley into the Carolinas by Thursday and Friday. Further south, it may take until Sunday or Monday until its effects are felt, with a slight decrease in the heat and the potential for maybe a few showers or thunderstorms. But for the most part, looks like summer may have arrived a bit early, with intentions of sticking around for the long term in much of the Southeast. Summertime, well, it's pretty much right on cue, right? Because summer does officially arrive later this week. All right, on to we were talking about the flooding rains of the past week. After a week of seemingly relentless heavy rain, with a brief tropical storm that mixed in as well, residents of flood-wary parts of Louisiana and Texas finally getting a break. Forecasters warned the impacts of the heavy rain will not be so quick to end, though. That historic deluge last week unleashing serious flooding across parts of Texas and Louisiana. Roads underwater, as we talked about, the high water rescues. All right, although the worst of the widespread heavy rain is over, not everyone's out of the woods yet in regards to heavy downpours. Rains had shifted westward out of Louisiana and parts of far eastern Texas, but the threat of locally heavy downpours we saw over the weekend included parts of the Gulf Coast into central and eastern Texas. But of course, Lake Charles last week recording 12 inches of rain in one day. Over 20 inches of total rain here in the month of May, adding to the string of extreme events that have affected that city over the past year. You know, the entire state of Louisiana has been pretty hard hit. Heavy rain this spring. Yeah, New Orleans actually missed out on the worst of the heavy rain last week, but you still logged over 25 inches of rain there since April the 1st. It's like 333% above normal for that point in time. With the heavy rain over the last week aimed more at western Louisiana into Texas, at least 5 people killed in the flooding there. Now, the weather finally gets a several-day stretch of mainly dry weather. It's just a slight chance of an isolated thunderstorm for about a couple of days this upcoming week. Meanwhile, further down the coast, places like Victoria, Texas, may pick up a few more inches of rain from occasional downpours. 2021 has gone into the record books for that city. The wettest May on record in Victoria, Texas. All right, what do we see here? We saw plenty of rain falling during the NASCAR event this past day and Saturday as well. I got to tune in briefly to some of the Xfinity race. I think it was actually some of the qualifying and whatnot, but racing in the rain. They had the equipment, they had the rain tires and all, but I guess we'll have to get the full report. Monkey Gouge or somebody might be able to break it. They were racing in the rain, but ultimately they called the race early, and I'm not sure if it was because the rain had become so torrential or what the case was. I do see that Chase Elliott apparently gets the win as Hendrick Motorsports apparently ties Petty Enterprises. Let's see. According to NASCAR.com, you can't call a Chase Elliott victory on a road course unexpected. But little else was predictable in the inaugural NASCAR Cup Series race at the Circuit of the Americas road course, Austin, Texas. After all, Elliott came to the course having won 5 of the previous 10 road races. And this past day, the Echo Park, Texas Grand Prix became number 6 after NASCAR called the race 14 laps short of the scheduled finish. All right, there's the answer. Because of the excessive standing water on the track and the potential danger to drivers. I guess there was a lot of hydroplaning going on. Yeah, they're on the track. So, yeah, racing in the rain. Elliott's first victory of the season, the 12th of his career, accounted for some pretty significant milestones. He delivered the 268th Cup win for Hendrick Motorsports, tying the organization with Petty Enterprises for the most wins of all time. It was also the 800th NASCAR Cup Series victory for Chevrolet. There you go. So Chase was pretty excited. He did say, I've never won a rain race before, so it's kind of cool. Super proud of the team for continuing the fight. There you go. Chase Elliott in the record books. But lots of water on the track over the weekend there in Austin, Texas. So there's a look at some of your travelers' weather around the country as we get the brand new week underway. As we start things off, typically Joel Morrow, I forgot to mention that. I should have told you already that I got an email from Joel this past day. And, of course, he unveiled to us last Monday morning that he had an issue with the heart valve, and he was going to have heart valve replacement surgery. And he's got some early morning appointments here for later this morning. So he opted to not stay up late at night because, the priority is his health. And so some of those tests will be taking place later today. Hope all goes well. If you weren't with us last Monday morning, he did explain, they detected the heart valve issue. And, I know from another individual that had a heart valve replacement last year that there's two different options. Sometimes they can go in through the artery in the leg, I believe it is, and not have to open you up to replace certain heart valves. In Joel's case, apparently, they are going to have to do the full open him up kind of thing to replace the valve. So, that's the more intrusive surgery. Of course, modern technology, they've come a very long way, but prayers that everything goes well for Joel. And we'll see if he's back with us. See, now next Monday morning is actually Memorial Day. And I'm not even sure what we're going to be doing for the next weekend with the holiday weekend and all. I'll have to talk to Kyle about this week, and got to make some sort of arrangements, right? Who all's checking in our Back to Work Monday? It's 844-844-3388. Dale checking in from Jacksonville. It is 68 degrees. Gonna get hot this week. Yeah, that's what we were just talking about. Mid-90s, upper 90s. Yeah, have a safe week, everybody. Sean John checking in. Morning. Hope y'all had a great weekend. Pappy's out there. Happy Monday. 70 degrees out there right now. Feels good. Yeah, it's a summer-like kind of night, isn't it? Todd checking in. Morning, everybody. Let's see. Matthew's with us. Let's see. Just got back from vacation, didn't you? You were down there in Florida, right? Yeah, my daughter was also in Florida this past week. She did make it back. It was late Saturday night, Sunday morning. I think they had a wonderful trip. I was already in bed when she stopped by this past day. But, yeah, she got plenty of sunburn out there on the beach. Bill checking in. Morning, Steve. Looking at a high of 96 degrees today. Wow, scorcher. Good morning to Keith. Checking in from Spokane, Washington, where it's a comfortable 62 degrees. Morning to Zorro. Captain Ron checking in. 70 degrees, passing through Gainesville, Florida. I have not heard a single cicada. Fuzzy says, nice shirt. You like that? Yeah, I've got several, my patriotic shirts. And wife actually bought me a brand new one this past day. Let me see here. Isaac checking in. Good morning, Steve, from the Home 20 in Harrison, Ohio. Listening to the cicadas singing from the treetops. Yeah, I know there's tons of them out there. When I've been stepping out, I'll hear an isolated cicada or two, but not many. But so they do sing through the overnight hours. Yeah, maybe once this big emergence gets into full swing, they'll be out there chirping 24/7. Hello to Tank. Where you at this morning, Tank? Hope you had a good weekend. A nice 75 degrees here in Memphis tonight. About to get hooked up and head out west. Everybody truck safe. Have a great day. Buckeye Boy checking in from Colton, California, where it's 66 degrees. Got a delivery in Los Angeles about 11 a.m., then look for a partial, headed back to Georgia. Really enjoyed catching up on Wednesday and Thursday night show on the podcast. I must tell you, though, that he almost made me wreck when Fly Rob was on his rant about you, and you introduced Big Moose into the conversation, and someone said, uh-oh. I about lost it. I was laughing so hard. That was an epic broadcast. That was pretty good. I got to go back and listen to that again. Big Moose is so good with just off the cuff, just coming out with them zingers and one-liners. I've never been very good at that. But Evan checking in. Good morning from Waukesha, Michigan. Evan, a.k.a. Show Dog. Looper, great weekend in Buffalo, Niagara Falls. Crazy Ray, West Michigan checking in after an awesome weekend. Monday's calling for 86 degrees, not too shabby. And lastly, Phil, morning, Steve, from Palmetto, Florida. The Skyway Rest Area, 78 degrees there right now. There you go. Looking at 22 past the hour. In some of the industry headlines, got a group of senators that said they've reached a bipartisan agreement over the weekend a day after Republicans rejected the Biden administration's trimmed down $1.7 trillion infrastructure proposal. Yeah, that was a trimmed down package. It went from 1.9 trillion to 1.7 trillion. Yeah, Republicans are proposing a much, much smaller package that would actually focus on infrastructure. This Biden administration, quote, infrastructure package really is just, it's all about the whole new Green Deal thing we've been talking about. All right, top Democrats and Republicans on the Senate Environment and Public Works Committee announcing Saturday they've reached an agreement on a transportation reauthorization bill that would provide $304 billion in funding for highways, roads, and bridges. This would be separate from Biden's American Jobs Plan. That's going to be considered by the full committee coming up on Wednesday this week. This panel is one of the 4 authorizing committees in the Senate for the legislation. It's been delayed in the House. It isn't expected to be marked up there probably until late in the month of June. But the agreement came after Biden reduced the size of his infrastructure and jobs plan by about a quarter in a bid to advance negotiations with Republicans. West Virginia Senator Shelley Moore Capito, the leading Republican negotiator, said the two sides were pretty far apart. She's the ranking member on the Environment and Public Works Committee. We'll see where that goes, but spend. There's one bridge they do need to spend some money on, right? And that's the I-40 bridge. As crews and transportation officials scramble to repair the I-40 bridge near Memphis, traffic on the I-55 bridge is delaying motorists, and Braindead confirmed that Friday morning, up to 2 hours, with each pass. Reports of miles-long backups. Motorists are finding themselves waiting in long lines on I-40 and 55 near Memphis. And, of course, the shutdown forcing everyone to use the I-55 bridge instead. Major headaches. Mostly on the Arkansas side, they say. WATN in Memphis reports the data released by Here Technology shows that congestion on the I-55 bridge was at 10% the day before the I-40 bridge shut down. Now congestion is at more than 50% on the 55 bridge. Via social media, motorists are reporting being stuck in traffic up to 2 hours. Things backing up as much as 3 miles. According to the Arkansas Trucking Association, the previous 8-minute drive is now averaging 84 minutes, costing the industry $2.4 million every day that bridge is closed. According to the Bureau of Transportation Statistics, the once 15-minute travel times on I-55 have turned into commutes as long as 75 minutes as of last Monday. Okay, over the weekend, Saturday, the Tennessee Department of Transportation planned to close ramps and lanes on I-55 at the Crump interchange so they could restripe the lane. So that should have been completed over the weekend. That should help improve the traffic flow from Arkansas while the I-40 bridge is closed. And let's see. So I think these were like weekend closures, so I'm not going to go through all those. Okay, so you know the drill. If you've been passing through there, you got to get off at the respective exits, make the go around, but definitely have to add in extra time. Yeah, Braindead apparently has to cross that thing every blasted day. I had how did he put it? He was kind of exhausted after bumping up against his 14-hour clock every day. And that may continue literally for the next couple of months. All righty here. What other industry headline? We'll get to your calls following the news break, bottom of the hour. Jump on in here on a Back to Work Monday. It's 844-844-3388. A sheriff's office based in Colorado took the time to thank a semi-truck driver who not only used his mechanical prowess to diagnose and fix a problem that left officers and their dogs stranded, but he refused to let him pay him for his services. According to the Eagle County Sheriff's Office, they took to Facebook to share the heartwarming story of how a truck driver named Bill came to the rescue when a police vehicle broke down while transporting officers and canine units from a training exercise. They said last Sunday, our Eagle County Sheriff's Office canine teams were making their way back home to Colorado from canine certification trials in Wyoming when one of the marked canine patrol vehicles began to have mechanical issues. The team pulled into semi parking at a gas station where they started making phone calls. The local police and sheriff's offices were unable to offer any resources as it was Sunday in the rural area. A plan B was offered by the Albany County Sheriff's Office canine handler if mechanical help wasn't located, but the canine deputies returned to their disabled vehicle and a semi-truck driver stopped by to offer some assistance. The Good Samaritan, guy by the name of Bill Johnson from Idaho, was able to help them diagnose the mechanical issue. It was a bad water pump, apparently, and assisted with locating the part at an open auto parts store nearby. Bill then worked for almost 4 hours to get the canine deputy patrol vehicle operable. He ran checks to ensure there'd not be any additional mechanical issues on what was left of a 3+ hour drive home to Colorado. Our canine deputy team offered several times to pay Bill out of their own pockets for his work, which he declined each time, saying, hey, it's a small thank you for what you do. Deputies then offered to purchase him a meal, drinks, or snacks before he continued on his trip, and he declined, saying, hey, he's taken care of already. The deputies did get Bill to accept some sheriff's office swag, and a challenge coin and a patch, canine coin, stickers for his kids, and a couple of Starbucks cards that a deputy had on him. These small items seemed to make a big impression on Bill, and he was on his way. Our canine deputies could not be more grateful for Bill for his help, and our impression is Bill wasn't looking for recognition or payment. He just did what he thought was right, and he was happy to do it. We wanted to send Bill Johnson of Idaho a huge thank you for the selfless service he provided to our canine team and let him know it was so refreshing to meet such an amazing, hardworking person, willing and able to lend a helping hand. We are truly grateful and appreciate the support we feel both in our community and when we're on the road and out of state. Perfect Logistics, LLC. That uplifting story was shared more than 1,500 times in less than 24 hours, and I got that story from our friends at CDL Life. A positive way to start a new week. How's that sound? Get a news break as we're underway on a Monday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
A leading Belarusian opposition figure has been arrested after a fighter jet was dispatched to escort a commercial flight he was on down to Minsk. Roman Protasevich was arrested Sunday after Belarus's President Alexander Lukashenko ordered the jet to guide his flight down in the Belarusian capital. The flight was originally scheduled to travel from Athens to Vilnius, Lithuania. Protasevich was detained at the Minsk airport, and the flight was eventually allowed to continue to Vilnius. In a statement, Secretary of State Antony Blinken called for Protasevich's immediate release, calling his arrest a shocking act. And National Guard troops that have been stationed at the Capitol building for the last 4 months will head home this week. Capitol Police will be taking back over security operations at the Capitol on Monday after the Guard confirmed they had not been asked to extend their deployment. Nearly 2,200 troops are expected to begin to return home on Monday. This is USA Radio News.
Come on, you watch the news. Be prepared to pay more taxes. Then if you owe back taxes or haven't filed in a few years, get ready. The IRS, the largest collection agency in the world, will be coming after you. with the power to collect taxes by any means they want to. Hey, they can freeze your bank account, your passport, even padlock your business. Oh, good times. Look, if the IRS claims you owe them $5,000 or more in back taxes and they're coming after you, don't panic. Call my friends at Get a Tax Lawyer first. Their job is to negotiate with the IRS and save you money. They're experts at it. That's all they do, and you can trust them. In some cases, they have reduced a $50,000 tax bill to less than $1,000. If you owe the IRS $5,000 or more in back taxes, call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-0798, 800-783-0798, 800-783-0798. That's 800-783-0798.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced System Shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
JS was responding to the problem, he says, with the I-55 bridge. When you come into Tennessee from Arkansas, it's a single right-hand lane exit to continue on 55 South. That interchange actually needs a reconfiguration. Outdated infrastructure. Yeah, all right. Okay, let me get to the calls here at 844-3388. From the West Coast, I believe. What's going on? Heat wave.
A whole hell of a lot. How you doing this morning, senor?
I'm doing all right. Had a good weekend. How about you?
Good. Oh, well, it was hectic. Yeah, it was a little busy. Hey, did your grandson have baseball games this past weekend?
Yes, we got to go to Rowan's game on Saturday afternoon. Avery played Friday evening. We missed that one, so.
Well, we got to depend on you for these sports scores with your grandkids, so be sure to have them ready the next time, right?
Yeah, the team that the team they played over the weekend, wow, these, I mean, they're like 9, I think they're 10-year-olds, 9, 10, boy, I don't even know my grandson, I think he's 9. But he did jack a double there in the final inning. He did get a walk and one strikeout, so he got on base 2 times, which that was good. But these kids, the team they were playing, they've got like a 7-run rule in any given inning. If they score 7 runs, all right, that's it. For that particular inning, and that team they played scored 7 runs in the first inning. They scored 7 runs in the second inning. I think they had 21 runs at the end of the game. So, boy, I mean, they could hit the ball.
Well, let's just go over the highlights again.
All right.
Well, I mean, that's the best time to watch, baseball games. I mean, there may be some sniffles out there because someone didn't get a hit or they lost. But, I mean, it's for the pure enjoyment and pure fun of the game that these kids are playing.
Yep.
And there's a lot of adults out there that have forgotten that, and they start putting their political ideologies to whatever, and it just ruins it for the rest of us. But yeah, these little league games, fantastic. I like them. Well, let's see here. Yeah, I got hammered last week, didn't I? My goodness, I'm not ever going to say when I'm going home, because as soon as I take some time off, I tell you what, it's just batter up, isn't it? I had a pretty good call from Big Ed the other day. I think it was last Thursday. And he was really, really upset about what was going on. He says what he would do is he'd ask me what kind of fence I had out there in my backyard. And I said, well, I've got a pipe fence that connects to the wooden fence, the privacy fence. He says, well, I'll tell you what I would do. I'd get me an extension cord and some electric tape, and I'd cut one end off that electric cord, and I'd put that on them pipes and plug it up at night, and we'll just see who comes out, who's going to get fried and who ain't. And I thought, that's a good idea. He says, hell, I'll come over and do it myself. It's like, I appreciate the passion, Ned, but we got to watch out for the kids out there.
Mm-hmm.
So anyways, that was funny. But I mean, I have really, Steve, I got to thank you. I have really met some great people out there. And, sometimes I may have gone overboard with one of the gentlemen out there. And again, I do apologize with that, but for everybody out there that I'm friends with on Facebook or have phone numbers for, I mean, just absolutely, you couldn't ask for a greater bunch of guys. So, and gals.
Mm-hmm.
I did introduce Joanne to the show, so hopefully she calls in and lets everybody know how she's doing. So, anyways, we did get the security system put in, just not quite the way that damn sales lady told me it was going to be. In our neck of the woods, ADT does not have floodlights.
Really?
They don't have anything like that.
Huh.
I said, okay. I said, so the camera you did bring, he said, that's going to be $208 extra. And I thought, we'll just skip the camera. Let's just go ahead and go with sensors. So we went ahead and we censored every window in that house. We got the movement sensors set up. We got a new smoke alarm / carbon dioxide monitor system. So I mean, we're good. But my wife still sleeps with a loaded .38 next to her when I'm not there, and my daughter still sleeps with a shotgun. So I did go to Sam's later on that day to go do some honeydews, and well, I did find some lights that also are cameras that also have night vision for about $250. There's one from Arlo that has 4 cameras, and there's another one, I think Night Owl, that has 10. So I understand Arlo is the better of the two. And the gentleman that came by and installed all the sensors and rewired a lot of the stuff for us for our EDT system said, just give me a call. I'll come back and I'll set you up with the lights when you get it. I said, that is fantastic. So, yeah, that's what we got going on for us right now. Well, I tell you what, y'all need to send that rain west, because I've been praying and begging, and we just ain't been getting a whole lot of rain, and it is dry. So if y'all can send it to Edgewood, New Mexico, that'd be fantastic. Oh, damn, we're dry. So, anyways, yeah, we got out on the road last night, and already made our 1,000-mile trip in to Tracy. We're heading down to Bloomington, and then we're going to be heading to Denver. So that turned out to be a really nice run for us. So we hope we can keep it going for the rest of the week. My co-driver's already, he's physically here, but mentally he's in Disney World there in Orlando. He's going to enjoy himself for about, 2 weeks away from me. So his life is going to be awful quiet.
Wow.
So anyways, I was listening to the podcast. Actually, I was listening to you on Facebook here just earlier today. And like I said, I hear I got hammered, and want to introduce you to my wrestling partner with me. Of course, it's me. But anyways, I am Crash of the Crash and Smash group. And I heard the challenge and I heard the threats, and I tell you what, if I can summon up my Randy Macho Man Savage, we're going to go ahead and throw this thing down. Big Moose, or should I say Mother Goose. It's going to be epic, man. You just don't know the kind of power you're dealing with. I may be small to you, but I'm scrappy. We're going to go down here. We're going to go down. You're going to be like a goose on Christmas Day. You're going to be stuffed from front to back with green chilies up front and red chilies in the rear. You're going to be sitting there and your hind end's going to be on fire. Your front end's going to be on fire. And you're going to be screaming, why, oh, why did I ever get into this? Oh, yeah. So what you going to do? Step into a Slim Jim. And you're talking about the Battle of the Alamo. Well, brother, let me tell you this one thing. This time, the Texans win. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's all right?
Ah, that needs a little work on that.
Well, my throat was getting a little dry and scratchy, but maybe if I'll throw some liquid, what do they call that? Liquid courage on the next time I call in when I'm at the house. Yeah, that might work out. That might work out. But anyways, yep, there it is. Moose did say, or Mother Goose, one of the two, he did say that he was taking tonight off, and he said he's working on the lumber and the railroad ties. So right where your swimming pool used to be, he's going to go ahead and put up the 27-foot ring and the scaffolding and the netting and the fence, so we can all go over there and just have ourselves a smashing good time with Crash and Smash against Mother Goose.
Mother Goose. Yeah,
all right, senor, you have yourself a good morning.
I'm looking at some of these delicious recipes cooking up cicadas. There's actually, let's see, a news affiliate out of Baltimore, WMAR, Channel 2 News, which says, in case you need some dinner inspiration tonight, Jessica Fonzo is one of those who enjoys eating these cicadas when they come around every 17 years. She starts by harvesting and freezing them to humanely kill them. Then they hit the frying pan. We boil them for 2 minutes. Then we just put them in the frying pan with some sesame oil, garlic, chilies, salt, and just eat them like little appetizers. Apparently, they pair well with a glass of Merlot. Bon appetit. No joke. Yeah, okay. I'll pass on that. I'll leave it to the birds. I'll leave it to the bunnies and the squirrels and all those other critters that really are enjoying feasting on cicadas. All righty, what's going on with old Monkey Gouger this morning? Racing in the rain. How about that?
Can you believe? Did you get to see any of that race today, Steve?
Not today's. No, I did see some of the Xfinity race.
Well, I didn't get to watch none of it. I'm trailer trucking along here, and I'm listening to it. Man, they had one crash there that was. I don't know how that boy got out that crash alive. That car just blowed up.
Really?
I mean, just exploded. Happened between Jones and Martin Truex, and they was all screaming, you know, they need to stop the race. We can't see, and inside the car was fogging up and everything. But hey, you know what? Today was a day for the history books. It was Chevrolet's 800 wins. Richard Petty and Rick Hendrick become tied 268 wins in NASCAR history, and that was pretty. And Chase Elliott won the race.
Mm-hmm.
Rain shortened, but he won. And then did you see what Phil Mickelson done today?
I did see that. How about that? He is now the oldest PGA major winner ever at 50 years old.
50 years old. I listened. I was flipping back and forth between the race and Debbie calling me, and said, "Oh, he just hit a bad shot." I said, "Well, he ain't got but 4 more holes. He can bogey a hole and still win. Don't worry about it." And I mean, Steve, that place was electrified down there at that ocean course at Kiel Island. I played there a couple of times. And the crowd went absolutely berserk when he got up on 18. And people jumping on him and stuff, you know, just shaking him up and everything. I thought, man, oh, man. But, I mean, you know, I didn't see it, but I got to listen to it. But it was just electrifying to hear, you know, the crowd. I mean, I got into it. I was so glad. I mean, this guy is struggling with rheumatoid arthritis. You know, he got rheumatoid. He's eat up with it, and he's still playing golf. And I was so glad to see him win today. That really was, you know, that he's a statement for the game of golf. I couldn't think of a better fella to pull it off.
Wow.
But you know, Steve, I'm gonna tell you something. This mask deal and this vaccination thing, it has just went absolutely bonkers. The last 4 days, we played in the senior games over there. They have it every year, and we over there playing in it. They canceled it for 2 years. So they had it this year, you know, like throwing horseshoes and table tennis and throwing a fishing lure and bicycling and playing golf. And boy, there's a list of stuff. and there's a bunch of people paired up in your same age group, and playing and stuff. And Debbie done pretty good. I done pretty good, and I was happy. But the thing that got me was we were there playing shuffleboard, and we was in this big room, this big gymnasium, and they had about 9 shuffleboard pads there, and I had just finished playing, and I won the silver, and I come off and didn't have my mask on or nothing, and nobody else in there had a mask, and I had to run to the little boys' room, So I go to the little boys' room, come out, and this guy comes up to me and said, "You're going to have to put a mask on if you're going to go from throughout the building." I said, "Captain, I was going to tell you something." I said, "The governor of South Carolina, we don't require us to wear a mask anymore." I said, "So I'm not wearing that mask." I said, "I'm hot. I'm give out. The best thing you do is get out my face." And I said, "Half of these people in here that's walking around ain't got a mask on neither. And if you look behind you over at that damn swimming pool just right behind you, ain't nobody in that room got a mask. You gonna come and jump on me?"
Mm-hmm.
And I ain't gonna tell you what else I told him, but he got a good piece of my mind. I said, "What you gonna do? Call the mask police on me?" I said, "Call them, I said, "We'll open up a can of whoop ass on them too." I said, "'Cause you about 3 seconds to getting your ass whooped good." I said, "Don't come up to me hollering and screaming at me like I'm some child." I said, "I don't appreciate it." And I said, "We out here having fun." And I said, "We've been cooped up for 2 years." I said, "Don't come up here with this bull crap.
Mm-hmm.
I've had enough of it." But it has just got. Steve. What was it going to hurt me? Walk 30 feet to the little boys' room, and just say from the gymnasium right into the bathroom and come back out. Debbie come down there and said, "Are you happy now?" I said, "Yeah, I have my say so. I'm happy." But Steve, we got an announcement tonight.
Oh yeah?
I don't know how I got rigged into this thing, but they've asked me to be the manager for the Eliminator 1 and Eliminator 2 match. So H&H Enterprises, me being the vice president, I said, "Well, we'll help y'all get this thing on the road. We'll get out here and promote this this deadly duo that I'm managing now." And I tell you, all I can tell Big Moose is that little bit of cross ties and barbed wire he's gonna pull up. He gonna look mighty funny running through it when the eliminator get off his rear end. And the winner will win 1995 hoax corn from H&H Enterprises. So that's the big announcement for the night. But so anyway, look out for Eliminator 1 and Eliminator 2 because they are coming on strong. I've got them in special training and everything, and they're going at it. They're gonna be pumped. Old Big Moose is gonna be the big dud when this is all over with. But did you get your pool opened up yet?
I have not. Monkey Gouge, I hadn't found me an installer yet.
Well, I reckon we could all come together and come up there and redneck one weekend and put that thing up for you. Me and Grunk got some experience in them pools. Now I'm telling you, we can slap that thing up. We'll have it up for you in no time. But we don't want no skull buster beers. You got to bring them Budweiser beers if you want us to work. But I tell you, talking about them grandchildren. The baby, she's 4 years old now. She probably the end of the line. And she called me Saturday afternoon, and I had this truck in 1,000 pieces. She says, she don't call me granddaddy. She called me Pig. She said, "Pig," said, "come to the racetrack with me." I said, "Baby, I can't come up there right now." I said, I got to put my truck back together." She says, "Doggone it." So they went to the races up there. And when they was coming home, it was about 10, 11 o'clock. they stopped by the house there. She's covered in red dirt from one end to the other. And I said, well, Harlan, what did you see at the racetrack? She said, seen a bunch of wrecks. Said they couldn't drive 3 laps and they was wrecking. So I don't know how they ever got no race there. She said, you got your swimming pool open? I said, yes. She said, well, let's walk out there and look at it. And before I could say anything, Steve, she had done peeled off the top layer of clothes, was in her underwear, and hit the swimming pool. Poosh-yow! I had to jump in behind her in my clothes. I didn't know if she could swim or not. I knew they'd been giving a swimming lesson. She come up kicking and everything, and she said, man, this is just nice. This is nice. Said, big moon out here in the swimming pools. I love this. We stayed out there to 12:30, swimming in the swimming pool. She had like a little duck swimming around there, up and down, going around, jumping out the swimming pool, doing cannonballs. Daddy said, you going home or you going to stay with me? He said, I'm going to stay here. I said, well, we getting out the swimming pool. I'm about to freeze. I ain't cold. I said, yeah, we getting out the swimming pool. So, I go in there and Debbie gets all dried up and gets her hair fixed up and everything, puts in the sleeping pajamas and everything. She goes in there and gets into bed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I go in there and I'm trying to find a place to get into bed. She looked at me and said, I reckon you'll be sleeping in the other room tonight. So I had to go sleep in the other bed. Her and Meemaw had that tied up. Them grandchildren. You just I don't know what I'm gonna do with them, boy. They something else. Cause you're going through it too.
Yep.
So
good times.
Anyway,
good times, Monkey Gouger. All right. Well, hey, thank you for checking in. You took us right up there to the top of the hour. I did pull up. I did a quick search on YouTube, and I saw that wreck between what was it, Martin Truex Jr. and Cole? Was it Cole Custer? Man, that was bad. Burst into flames. Hard hit. But we'll get an update here. We'll come back with more of your calls. Want to jump in? It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
A leading Belarusian opposition figure has been arrested after a fighter jet was dispatched to escort a commercial flight he was on down to Minsk. Roman Protasevich was arrested Sunday after Belarus's President Alexander Lukashenko ordered the jet to guide his flight down in the Belarusian capital. The flight was originally scheduled to travel from Athens to Vilnius, Lithuania. Protasevich was detained at the Minsk airport, and the flight was eventually allowed to continue to Vilnius. In a statement, Secretary of State Antony Blinken called for Protasevich's immediate release, calling his arrest a shocking act. And National Guard troops that have been stationed at the Capitol building for the last 4 months will head home this week. Capitol Police will be taking back over security operations at the Capitol on Monday after the Guard confirmed they had not been asked to extend their deployment. Nearly 2,200 troops are expected to begin to return home on Monday. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot, and I'm in the best shape of my life. I love working out hard every day, but I turned 60 this year, and working out can cause some serious aches and pains. I was commiserating with my buddy Jay Schrader, the Super Bowl champion and former Raiders quarterback, about the challenges of staying in great shape for anyone over age 50. Jay said I had to try sonsoflibertycbd.com, and it would heal my body, mind, and soul. He was right. No more aches and pains. I feel like $1 million. Finding quality CBD, not easy, but Sons of Liberty CBD, highest quality CBD I've ever seen. CBD is not pot. It won't get you high. It's 100% legal. It's 100% American made. CBD is mainstream and it works. For my listeners, sonsoflibertycbd.com is offering a discount of 15% off every product if you use the code WAR15 at checkout. Even better, you can combine this discount with their subscription discount for 25% off. Please support veteran-owned, service-disabled, small business, Sons of Liberty, CBD.com. Just say WAR15 to get 25% off.
A bipartisan group of lawmakers has made a counterproposal to President Biden's massive infrastructure bill. Jeremy Scott reports.
A bipartisan group of senators have introduced a $303 billion surface transportation bill in opposition to the Biden administration's $2.25 trillion infrastructure proposal. Senior White House advisor Cedric Richmond tells CNN State of the Union.
Well, I think the president coming down $550 billion off of his initial proposal, I think shows the willingness to negotiate in good faith, and in a serious manner. And the real question is whether the Republicans will meet the effort that the president is showing.
The group of senators from the Senate Environment and Public Works Committee introduced a bill that would reauthorize the Department of Transportation funding for highways, roads, and bridges, which is due to expire in September. From the USA Radio News Oregon Bureau, I'm Jeremy Scott.
And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
The White House's chief medical advisor is expressing some skepticism about China's claims around the origins of the coronavirus. Mike Fortier reports.
Dr. Fauci appears to be growing more skeptical of China's claim that COVID developed naturally, leaping from animals to humans. Over a year ago, he told National Geographic the scientific evidence is very, very strongly leaning toward this could not have been artificially or deliberately manipulated. But in an interview with PolitiFact May 12th, here's what Fauci said when he was asked if he was confident the virus developed naturally.
No, I'm not convinced about that. I think that we should continue to investigate what went on in China until we find out, to the best of our ability, exactly what happened.
He adds he's open to any investigation into the origin of the virus.
Certainly, the people who've investigated say it likely was the emergence from an animal reservoir that then infected individuals, but it could have been something else, and we need to find that out.
The White House last week also calling for more transparency from China on how the virus started. From the USA Radio News Florida Bureau, I'm Mike Fortier.
And Phil Mickelson has won the PGA Championship to win his first major title since the 2013 British Open. Mickelson finished the weekend at 6 under, 2 strokes ahead of Louis Oosthuizen and Brooks Koepka, who tied for second place. At age 50, Mickelson also becomes the oldest golfer to win a major championship, surpassing Julius Boros, who was 48 when he won the 1968 PGA Championship. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, it's coming up Wednesday morning of this week. One of the top astronomical happenings of the year unfolds in the early morning sky Wednesday as the Earth, the Moon, and the Sun align to create a total lunar eclipse. This will be the first of its kind since 2019. When we had to brave the cold, wintry weather on the night of January 20th to witness the moon turn red over North America. All right, there's several lunar eclipses since then, including 4 what they call penumbral lunar eclipses last year. But these are a whole lot less impressive than what's going to take place this week. A penumbral lunar eclipse, that's when the moon passes just through part of the Earth's outer, brighter shadow. This is going to be the full-fledged umbral eclipse. Yeah, the penumbral, you can barely tell a difference. Yeah, the moon doesn't really get that dark. This one's going to be much more eye-catching as the moon passes through the umbra, the inner, darker shadow of the Earth. At least part of this will be visible across the Americas, Australia, New Zealand, and Asia, but the total phase can only be seen from certain locations. In North America, the total phase would be when the moon kind of turns orange or reddish in color. That's only going to be visible from the western USA, out where heat waves at, British Columbia, Alaska, western portions of Mexico. The balance of the continental will witness only the first partial phase of the eclipse before the moon sets in the western sky. So we'll miss out on the best part of the show, but you'll need to get up bright and early. Residents in Hawaii may spend a good portion of the night awake as it starts late on Tuesday, leading to a totality a little after the midnight hour Hawaii time. All right, you have to check the AccuWeather app before you go to bed. Make sure you don't wake up to a cloud-covered sky. So from places like New York City, all you're really going to see is the eclipse kind of beginning at 4:47 a.m. St. Louis, 3:47 a.m. Central Time. Salt Lake City, it gets underway 2:47 a.m. Mountain Time. Now, when you're in Salt Lake City, from there, you will be able to view totality. Totality begins at 5:11 a.m., ends at 5:25 a.m. In Los Angeles, begins at 1:47 a.m. Pacific Time. Totality starts at 4:11 a.m., ends at 4:25 a.m. So we don't even begin to see totality in the East Coast or the Ohio Valley, the Great Lakes region. Not going to be visible as the moon will set before it reaches the peak there. But we get back to the calls here on a Monday morning. Hope you had a good weekend. Is this the Big Pain?
Pigpen.
Pigpen. Hello, Pigpen.
Pigpen. I talked to you a couple weeks ago there. How's it going tonight?
Doing well. How was your weekend?
Oh, it wasn't too bad at all. I'm just glad I get to go home every weekend. I usually stay up around Michigan and Ohio, but it's going to be an exciting week because I get to go down to Louisiana.
Oh, yeah?
Nice to have a little change of scenery once in a while.
Sure.
But I wanted to tell you, last time I was down this way, it was back in the end of February, early March. I can't remember exactly when, but it was all those tornadoes hit. And I was right around the Birmingham area, and it was early afternoon. I knew there was going to be some tornado activity, but I figured it was going to be later on in the evening. All of a sudden, I get this alert on my phone, tornado warning in your area. And the rain was coming down hard and windy, and I was like, well, I can't look at that phone right now with what's going on here. So I hurried up and called my wife, but she was taking a nap, so she wasn't too happy about having to wake up. But I said, look on that computer. I said, I'm down here around Birmingham. Where's that tornado? and I knew it had to be close by because you had all these four-wheelers getting under these underpasses, which I always heard you're not supposed to do that. That's not very safe.
Mm-hmm.
But my thinking was, I'm going to keep moving and see if I can get away from this thing. But man, it was a little scary going through there at that point. Then I got down there to, I stopped the fuel over at Tumsuba, Mississippi, and lo and behold, here come another tornado. And I was like, well,
It was a busy day. Yeah, I remember what you're talking about. If you're out there on the roadway, yeah, they always advise don't get under the overpasses because they actually tend to act more like a wind tunnel. You get increased wind. Yeah, seeking shelter in underpasses. But Pigpen lost his sell there. Good to hear from you. Thanks for checking in, Pigpen. We've had a lot of talk about cryptocurrency. I guess yesterday was another one of those very topsy-turvy days. They used the term volatility, and they're not kidding. Bitcoin prices Sunday afternoon were back in free fall mode again. Yeah, spiraling down more than 50% from the peak back in mid-April. Another bout of turbulence at press time of this particular story. They were changing hand at $32,630 a share, or a coin that would be, after hitting a 24-hour low down to $31,179. That's half where it was in mid-April. Mid-April, $64,829 a coin. Ether on the Ethereum blockchain, meanwhile, was seeing an even worse slump, down at one point to 1,922 on the session, down by nearly 60% from its high earlier this month, when it was at 4,382 a coin. Yeah, the weekend carnage, as they describe it in crypto, drawing the attention of bulls and market participants, including billionaire Mark Cuban, who appeared to partly pin the slump on excess leverage and speculation on alternatives to Bitcoin. Dogecoin was changing hands at 29 cents a coin. That's also down 60% from its all-time high earlier this month. So it's, the slide kind of extending a drop that's taken hold over the past several days. Fears of irrational exuberance in parts of the digital asset market, and concerns about maybe intensifying regulation. The decline's probably inflicting more damage on new investors in digital currencies. Obviously, newer investors got in probably, when things are headed toward the peak there, when it was skyrocketing, and many of them have probably may have lost everything if they didn't sell before it dropped below where they bought in. Now, to put it in perspective, they do say Bitcoin is still up 16% on the year at this point. It had been up more than 100% in the year to date. Ether is still up 175% so far this year. Dogecoin still up more than like 5,800%. But at one point it was up like 18,000% on the year. So winners and losers. A story from Market Watch, which kind of highlights a Bitcoin battle of the billionaires, as Jack Dorsey faces off with the Elon Musks on the merits of the world's number one crypto. The longtime Bitcoin advocate Dorsey, he's the co-founder and CEO of Twitter, tweeted that Bitcoin changes everything for the better and will work forever to make Bitcoin better. Of course, then we all remember when Elon Musk made his announcement about the sheer amount of energy that is being consumed to mine Bitcoin. And so kind of the battle of the billionaires. Dogecoin right now trading about 30 cents a coin. Bitcoin's back. It's recovered a couple thousand, back to 35,305 a coin. So that's the crazy times we live in. All right, get back to your calls here. Chevy guy got you coming up. Let's get to Steve first. Steve had been there. He had to drop off, and he's back again. Hello, Steve.
Hey, Steve. Happy Monday.
Yeah, happy Monday, right?
Yeah, I'm up in your home state today. I'm heading through this construction maze going into Toledo on I-75, man. This has been like this for, I don't know, 3 years. They still got this all torn up. It's a mess up here. But not much traffic tonight. At least it's dry.
Gotta love the orange barrels. Orange barrels, the cones. It's that time of year once again.
Yeah. So Saturday was loading day, and usually you pray for good weather, no rain, which it was, but you don't pray for 90-degree weather. I mean, it was hot. It was hot. So, yeah, we loaded up a 28-foot pup, and that's heading down to Nashville tomorrow. So I got 4 more days of being an Illinois resident, and I am done. Can't wait. But, yeah, getting back to monkey gouger with that mask, man, I haven't worn a mask in about a month. I don't wear a mask anywhere. Nowhere. And I haven't gotten any flack for it.
No.
There's a lot of people wearing them. Some people aren't. You go into Home Depot, Menards, some people aren't wearing them. Some people are. But, I got some words for them if they confront me about a mask. So I'll set them straight. So, yeah, Monkey Gouger was talking about that golf tournament last night. I watched probably the last half of it, and I was really excited to see Phil Mickelson win after all. I think it's been 8-9 years since his last win, and he was just really focused. Him and his brother was his caddy, and they were just. I've never seen him so focused like he was yesterday. But congrats to him, man. I mean, being 50 years old, the health issues that he has and so forth. But what a beautiful golf course that is there in South Carolina on that peninsula. It's absolutely spectacular. And the conditions, it's kind of like the British Open where it's really windy and a lot of sand and tall grass. And you got to really play well out of the sand and out of the rough to get around that golf course, man. I mean, it's just fantastic. So there were some tough conditions. But he was talking about the 18th hole. After they teed off and they're starting to walk down the fairway, the crowd started following them.
Yep.
And then they got lost in the crowd. Did you see that?
I did not. I had read the story that everyone was. I mean, I guess the 10,000 people in attendance were all trying to flock around him, right?
Yeah, they did. I mean, they had a couple state troopers, around each golfer. So then after they hit their second shot, it was the same thing. They cleared a little path. They were they were lost in a sea of people. It was just unbelievable. So they kind of lost control of the crowd for a little while. But then all of a sudden you see Phil, he gets up on the green, and they're waiting, and there's no Brooks Koepka, He's lost in the crowd. So finally he emerges. I mean, he was like trapped in there. These cops are trying to get him out of there, and it was just amazing. So they managed to get, rope off the green where, once it was over, they were saying, how is he going to get out of there? Once he holds this thing. And they managed to clear a path for him, and he got out of there. But it was quite the scene. I mean, very, very exciting. I've never seen a crowd like that, Steve. I told my wife, I go, this is what happens when you lock people up for a year in their houses. I mean, they just go insane. I mean, they were very vocal, and it was quite the scene.
Anybody in the gallery wearing masks, or were they unmasked because they were outdoors?
Yeah, most people weren't wearing a mask, Steve. You could see a couple of people, but I would say 90% of the people were not wearing masks. I think they've lifted the mandate there. But I noticed in Illinois, it's going village by village. Some of the stores, like the grocery store, Kroger, you're still supposed to wear a mask in the store, and the employees are still wearing masks. But then you go into the Kroger in the next town over, and the cashiers aren't wearing a mask. So, and I'm like, well, what's going on? How come you're not wearing a mask? And the other Krogers, they're wearing a mask. Oh, it's the village lifted the mandate. So it's going from town to town, you know, and store to store.
Mm-hmm.
It's just kind of crazy, you know. But did you hear that story where, I didn't know this, Joe Biden had canceled the 4th of July fireworks for Mount Rushmore?
I saw something about that. Last year, I mean, how does he have the power, the authority? I mean, last year, what's the governor's name there? That she invited Trump?
Kristi Noem.
No, yeah. She invited the president and the first lady there, and they, even in the heart of the COVID, they still had the fireworks display. I don't get how Biden can do that.
Yeah, that was at the peak of the pandemic, Steve, because, you know, it really was just ramped up in June and July, and they had people there. There was a good crowd. Thousands of people showed up. And I don't know if they changed the head guy for the Department of the Interior, but in the article I read, he's the one that made the decision, you know, according to Biden. You know, Biden told him to take care of that, but I don't know. I mean, I don't see how they have the authority. I would think the governor would be able to overrule that, but I guess there's a lawsuit going on right now to try to get those fireworks going. But, you know, my question is, I wonder if they're going to have fireworks on, what's that day in June, Steve? Is it called Juneteenth? Is that what it's called? Juneteenth?
I believe so, yes.
You know what day? Yeah, you know what day I'm talking about?
I
think that's
I can't remember what it's actually all about, but I do remember that date, yes.
Well, I think that's the day BLM celebrates the birth of the nation. Is June 10th or whatever it is, 13th. Or, yeah. So maybe they'll have fireworks on that day. You know, I don't know. But hey, if Horse Feathers calls in tonight, I don't know if he's listening right now. I got a question for him, because some of the stuff you can't load in the trailer when you're moving. I understand, you know, ammunition, stuff like that, gasoline, explosives. But they won't let you ship a propane tank, whether it's full or empty. And I understand there's probably a reason for that, but I wanted to ask him, since he hauls propane, you know, because obviously it's got to be ventilated. But if you get an empty tank of propane and it's, you know, it's closed and sealed, and you put it in the back of a, you know, pickup or the trunk of your car, or even in a little trailer, what's the danger? I mean, does it still has a danger of exploding? That's my question to him. You know, so I left my propane tanks behind. I didn't want to put anything illegal in the trailer, that, you know, because an LTL carrier is taking it down there. Not that they go through the trailer, but if something was to happen, you know what I mean? Like a propane tank would explode back there. I mean, that would be pretty devastating. So I left that stuff behind. But I was just kind of curious on what his expert opinion would be on that, because I'm pretty sure an empty tank is worse than a full tank, kind of like a gas tank, you know, in a car. So. But anyway, Steve, you have a good morning, and that's about all I got for tonight. So thanks for taking my call.
Hey, thanks for checking in, and thanks again for all the stories you throw my way. Let me see here, one of which was in the state of Georgia, where a judge there in Georgia Friday apparently ruled to unseal absentee ballots from the 2020 presidential election. Petitioners in an ongoing case will be able to go to where the ballots are stored in Fulton County, according to the Henry County Superior Court judge. Morrow plans to issue an order soon that will set forth protocols governing a fresh scanning of the ballots, which will be done by county workers while petitioners and their experts observe. A group of voters filed a petition last year asking for a forensic inspection of all the mail-in ballots that were sent in. The petition alleged an abnormal vote increase for Democrat potential presidential candidate Joe Biden and an abnormal reduction in President Donald Trump's tabulation, among other alleged abnormalities. So the judge allowed the petitioners in March access to scanned images of the ballots, but attorneys for the petitioners argued in court that the resolution, 200 dots per inch DPI, was too low to perform proper analysis. They asked for images at 600 DPI or higher and access to the actual ballots. A forensics expert testified for the petitioners. He said he identified a discrepancy in the number of ballots that were received by petitioners and the number of Georgia Secretary of State office listed as having been examined in a risk-limiting audit. He told the judge direct access to ballots would be the best because that's the original evidence and that's the best evidence. Okay. So we'll see where that goes there in the state of Georgia, all these months after the fact. But the drama kind of continues in some areas around the country. And what are we looking at here? News break time. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Following the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas, the focus is beginning to shift to finding ways to prevent future violence. Secretary of State Antony Blinken will head to the Middle East this week to open talks to try to strengthen the current ceasefire and lay out a path forward. Speaking to ABC's This Week, Blinken reaffirmed that the White House believes the long-term goal should be a two-state solution.
President Biden's been very clear that he remains committed to a two-state solution. Look, ultimately, it is the only way to ensure Israel's future as a Jewish and democratic state, and of course the only way to give the Palestinians the state to which they're entitled. That's where we have to go. But that, I don't think, is something for necessarily for today.
And 14 people were killed Sunday after a cable car accident in Italy. Authorities say the car fell nearly 50 feet as it was transporting passengers from the resort town of Stresa up a nearby mountain. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Now is a great time to replace your worn-out windows during the Renewal by Andersen 25-year savings event. Upgrade your home today. Buy 4 windows and get the 5th one free. Plus, get 12 months with no interest, no money down, and no payments. Call now. Get 4 windows and get the 5th one free. Installation and warranty included. Renewal by Andersen takes every CDC-recommended safety precaution to protect your family. For 25 years, people have trusted us for their window replacement needs, and you can too. Call now to learn about our Buy 4, Get the 5th one free window replacement offer.
800-603-8489. 800-603-8489. 800-603-8489. That's 800-603-8489.
Interest accrues from date of purchase, but is waived if paid in full within 12 months. Other conditions apply. We've adjusted our operations to serve you safely following all CDC guidelines. Visit renewalbyandersen.com for details.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in two thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Yeah, the whole Phil Mickelson thing. I'll have to go back, and I'm sure that would be it's probably available on YouTube or whatnot when the 18th fairway. Said chaos broke out on the 18th hole after he hit a 9-iron safely to just outside like 15 feet. That pretty much all but sealed the deal. The most improbable victory. Thousands of fans engulfed him down the fairway. Kind of thing that you'd see at, say, like the British Open. And finally, Phil emerged out of the crowd, giving a thumbs up. Oh, here I am. Yeah, so a major champion at the age of 50. Looks like Julius Boros, for 53 years, held the distinction of golf's oldest major champion. He was 48 years old when he won the 1968 PGA Championship in San Antonio. So how about that? 50 years old, rewriting the record books in the world of golf. It was kind of a magical round. Got 2 early birdies. And the magical wedge game left the rest of the contenders too far behind to catch him. Nobody could catch up. How about that? All right, back to the calls here on a Monday. What do you say, Chefy Guy? Good morning. How was your weekend?
Oh, great. Everybody says I say too much once I commit to doing it. But here goes, I'm watching the news, and yeah, they're voting to investigate the the Capitol intrusion. And it was just astounding to me still that the Democrats refused to acknowledge the fact that I can tell them what it was. The American people kept seeing our cities attacked, people drug out of their cars, people that had businesses being burned and broken into, beat up in front of their businesses. It was on the news. We kept seeing this. We seen two people standing in front of their house, defending their house from the crowd, with firearms. Which sort of eliminates any argument any politician ever made where you should only have so many clips, or so many bullets in your magazine. I'm sorry, it just you need in a situation like that you need as many as you can. Thank God he didn't have to fire the weapon, but the weapon kept that crowd away from him. Just right on down the list. We've been insulted. Our heritage, our statues been pulled down. I've already give up on those because I get tired of defending Democrats because they were all Democrat statues for the most part. Really didn't get stinky until they started pulling down the statues in the north, and it just started. People started seeing how stupid it was. They pulled down people that were fighting, to overthrow slavery. So. But the bottom line is the people ended up there outside the Capitol building for Trump, for the most part, is because we've seen the corruption in the Democrat Party, and we've seen the corruption in the news media. We've been falsely accused when all this stuff that we get, conservatives get accused of. Here, Steve Scalise gets shot by a Bernie Sanders supporter. Nothing was done about that. What about Bernie Sanders' rhetoric? You go down the shooter in Texas. It goes down there, and they try all these shooters, and he shoots these Mexicans, and he tried to tag it on. It's a Donald Trump supporter, and I'd like to say, when's the last time you heard a conservative worried about the styrofoam pollution and all this stuff? He was basically talking like he's a Pocahontas supporter. All this stuff, if you really want to investigate how it got there, then you're going to have to investigate BLM and Antifa. And Antifa is not a single thing. It's a bunch of different groups. It's a scattered group.
Sure.
But there's an organizing force and there's a financial force. I love this one video. It shows a rider van pulls up. Out of nowhere, and they've got all these hand-painted signs. Boom, all these groups, BLM and Antifa, they all run up there. Somebody rented the van. They tracked whoever it was a financial service, a financial, banking service that rented the van. There's a lot to investigate, but we can't trust the Democrats to do anything but try to make this an anti-Trump situation. But the people got pushed into this. And you know what? I'm sorry, it's wrong. Anybody that violated that fence line, they need to be charged with trespassing. We need to give our government some space to do their job. Anybody that violated the Capitol building, I'm sorry, that's a serious charge in trespassing. But that Air Force young lady, she got shot and killed, and her murderer walks free. He shot his pistol into the crowd, and I will always see that armed, full battle helmet, machine gun, everything, standing right next to her. After she gets shot, he bends down and checks. He sees that she's shot and basically dead. He stands up and points his weapon at the door, at the other Capitol Police. So, yeah, there's a lot to investigate that's just not, I mean, I'm sorry, the Capitol policeman that shot into the crowd walked scot-free. It's just absurd. But, our politicians ended up kissing the carpet. Other than Nancy Pelosi, they scooted her out, the Secret Service did, leaving all the other politicians to lay on the carpet. Well, you know what? Now they're out for revenge on the American people. But I'm sorry, the American people were tired of getting beat up in the street, their businesses being burnt, living in fear if they got caught, they make a wrong turn and all of a sudden they're in a crowd. And our law enforcement being overwhelmed, like Kyle Rittenhouse, his trial's coming up, and they're arguing some of the most ridiculous arguments. The boy did not shoot anybody that didn't attack him, and he had a whole bunch of people around him. He was there for one reason, because the police were not able to stop people from burning down and violating businesses. So that's why you had volunteers showing up, and the ones that the volunteers were at were saved. So the police let them down, and that trial's just going to be another nightmare coming up. That young man, need to pray for that young man, because this political atmosphere is just a lynch mob. But yeah, they want to investigate. There's a lot to investigate, but I guarantee you what I just said will never come up. It's only going to be the Trump supporters. And that I understand they violated, yes, but for trespassing, we've got political prisoners in our prisons right now. I mean, you charge them, you give them a court date, and then you let them go home to finish your job. A lot of these people are losing their jobs. So, I'm sorry, America's, we got to wake up. We got to wake up, and I thank God. It seems like the Republicans, this thing that they're trying to come up with, Mitch McConnell is compelling the Republicans to hold strong and don't vote, because they have to have so many Republicans to vote with the Democrats to get this investigation going. So just sit back and watch and see what happens. So. That's my rant for tonight. Other than that, I'm with this thing with the wrestling match. Politics don't make sense. Wrestling match does. I'm sitting 3 rows back because I don't want to get hit by the blood or the guts. Damn board. Other than that, we're going to sit back and copy the mail we're going to sit back and copy the mail and sit back in the rocking chair and enjoy the ride for the rest of the show.
There you go. Over. Thank you. Over, Chevy guy. There's differing opinions on this so-called investigation into what occurred back on January the 6th. But we do now. I mentioned this guy a couple of weeks ago. They try to say that there's no evidence that there were any Black Lives Matter or Antifa posing as Trump supporters on January the 6th, when the Capitol breach occurred. That's not true. As we now know, the Department of Justice has seized the $90,000 from a Utah man who he was there, he sold his footage of Ashley Babbitt being shot. According to federal prosecutors, a guy by the name of John Earl Sullivan is a political activist who attended numerous Black Lives Matter protests last year. He was there, wearing his Trump 2020 hat, agitating rioters inside the Capitol. He's now also been charged with new weapons charges to these newly unsealed documents. According to the documents, Sullivan portrayed himself as an independent journalist who was just there to report on the chaos, but he was actually encouraging others to burn this blank down and engage in violence. Accused of having a conversation with others who breached the building and told them, "We got to get this blank burned. There's like so many people, let's go. This blank is ours." He cheered after he and protesters entered the Capitol. We accomplished this blank. We did this together, blank, yeah. Let's burn this you-know-what down. The documents accuse him of calling on others to burn the Capitol down multiple times. At one point, he was also heard saying, "I'm ready, bro. I've been to so many riots. So many riots. It would be fire if someone had revolutionary music." Prosecutors furthermore allege Sullivan apparently broke out one of the windows inside. After leaving the Capitol later that day, he was seen, according to prosecutors, telling another individual that he brought my megaphone to instigate, and he wanted to make these Trump supporters blank all this blank up. So again, he sold his footage to several media outlets for a total of $90,000. So there you go. You reckon they'll be reporting on that at CNN and MSNBC? Yeah, after the breach, he actually appeared on several outlets like CNN and MSNBC. All right. Supposedly, he said he was there just to document the incident. No, he was there to instigate and agitate and inflame the tensions. Yeah, look at it, 12 before the hour. Let's get back to the calls here. What's going on? Hey there, Pappy.
What's up, Steve?
Morning.
What's going on? Man, I can tell you this. FBI was told to drop everything they were doing and investigate the January 6th incident. They had every FBI agent on the case, Steve, on the case. That's another thing funny is, I don't know if you remember, but, in the days right after that, all the communist media was calling it an armed insurrection, insurrection. And not one person was arrested there with a firearm on them. Did you know that?
Think what, just
hey, but I
at
called
best a few people had pocket knives or something like that, which is considered weapons.
Yeah. Well, nobody had a firearm.
Right. Yep.
Media's doing their spin tricks, man. That's all it is. But man, I was going to call and talk about old Phil Mickelson, but that reminds me of a story since we're talking about this. You heard about Pelosi's laptop getting stolen, right?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Then the media was coming out and saying,
there was nothing on it.
It was never.
Nothing on it.
Right. Nothing stolen. Did you hear about the couple that lives up in Alaska that the FBI raided, kicked in their door, took them out at gunpoint looking for that laptop?
Did not.
Did you hear about that?
No, sir.
There was a couple. They run like a small bed and breakfast up in Alaska. Just a small little thing, Well, they were down in D.C. On January the 6th. They were at the rally. They walked up towards the Capitol, but they never entered inside the Capitol. They never were really close, to the Capitol, but they were in the area. FBI shows up in Alaska, serves a search warrant. They kick in the door. They take the couple out at gunpoint along with their guest, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they were demanding to know where the laptop was. And they were like, what the hell are you all talking about? Come to find out, they misidentified this couple. I guess, FBI was looking at, all this video and footage and all this, and there was another lady that was inside the Capitol that maybe would have been wearing something close to what this couple was wearing, his wife, you know. They mistakenly misidentified.
Wow.
But yeah. So they were all afterwards, they go, oops, sorry, you know, didn't mean to scare you. But I mean, the moral behind that is there's a laptop out there floating around somewhere, Steve.
So they still
the FBI
they never did really recover it then, huh?
Nope. It's floating around out there somewhere. And that was just 3 weeks ago. Maybe 4.
Okay.
But hey, old Phil Mickelson, God love him. He's my hero, Steve. He's my golfing hero, man. I'll tell you what, it did get a little crazy, him walking down the fairway there, you know. And man, after that second shot, boy, he ain't lying. I looked it up on YouTube. Obviously, I was working. I couldn't watch it, but I watched the last, 16 minutes of it on YouTube. And, man, they had him surrounded. And I'm sitting there thinking, oh, man. But I'll be honest, everybody behaved themselves. Nobody was, you know, acting a fool. You know, I'm sure the state troopers that were walking around him were like, oh, boy. They kind of dropped the ball on that a little bit. But, I mean, everybody behaved themselves.
Was everybody, were they looking to get a handshake or something, or a pat him on the back kind of thing? Or
yeah. Well, I think it was a rush to get up to the green, you know, is what it was. And they just outflanked him. You know, he was on the left side of the fairway on the second shot, and they just outflanked him, man, and made a beeline to the green. And next thing you know, I mean, he's just right in the middle of it, man. It was something else. But kudos to him. Dude, he hit a 365-yard drive. 51 years old, and that dude's out there smoking some of these young bucks, man.
Yeah.
Something else. You know, yeah, the old fireworks display out there, Colorado. Boy, do you remember what the media did to Trump last 4th of July when he said, no, we're going to the fireworks show, right?
Mm-hmm.
Remember?
Yep.
We were talking about Biden trying to shut it down, but man, when Trump had it, remember how the media tore him up? Boy, they were dogging him and saying how you know.
This is going to be a mass spreader event. Right. This is a mass spreader event. People are going to die because of you. They never documented one case of COVID that came out of that gathering.
Yep. Hey, try to answer one of Steve's question earlier, talking about propane tanks. I got woke up one morning, got a call from one of our commanders. I answered the phone. He goes, hey, Pappy, we got a bomb, a car bomb over in Green Township. Car bomb that went off. I'm like, what? So I get over there, and Steve, this car's destroyed, man. I mean, it blew out the windows across the street, you know, on some houses. Well, come to find out what happened, this guy was a plumber. He actually lived, but this guy was a plumber. He had an acetylene tank, which is a little bit different from propane. I'll give you that. And the acetylene tank was empty. So he thought, man, I don't want to forget this thing. I need it in the morning. So he took it out and put it in his hatchback in the car so he wouldn't forget it. So he jumps in the car, leaves to go to work. When he starts the engine, kaboom. That valve had a real slow leak, you know, and just him cranking that ignition key, you know, ignited them fumes. And Steve, I don't know how that man lived. I mean, it looked like a car bombing out of Iraq or something, you know. And when we first got there, we thought it was a hit job on somebody, to be honest about it, you know, but that's what it was. And I don't know if propane tanks are the same as acetylene tanks, but acetylene tanks, the way they're designed, they have like honeycomb in there, you know, and they can't never actually totally drain. if that makes sense.
Okay.
I mean, you can crank that valve open, and it'll just spew into where you'll think you don't hear anything else coming out, but there's always something in them things. So I don't know if propane knows the same way, just to try to answer Steve's question. Maybe I'm sure Horse Feathers probably could elaborate a little bit better on that. But that's probably why, they don't want these fuel tanks, being carried or hauled like that, just in case something's wrong with that valve or something, so. All righty, sir. Kudos to Phil. He gets the big cookie for the night.
No doubt about it. All right. Thanks for checking in, Pappy. Right. Have a good morning. There are 17 Republican attorneys general around the country that have filed an amicus brief in support of the lawsuit by Kristi Noem, South Dakota's governor, against the Biden administration over their decision to deny the request to hold a fireworks display at Mount Rushmore. 4th of July, Independence Day. The Biden administration made the decision to cancel the fireworks display apparently in March, according to Regional Director of the National Park Service, citing the COVID pandemic, the key factor in making that decision, stating that public health guidance from the CDC recommends large gatherings be avoided, particularly those in which physical social distancing cannot be maintained between people who live in different households. So Noem is suing the administration, calling Mount Rushmore the very best place to celebrate America's birthday and all that makes our country special. Her lawsuit, again, now has the backing of 17 attorneys general. I'm not going to list all the states, but there's 17 of them. Court document filed on May the 21st, the attorneys general called the Biden administration's decision arbitrary and capricious. Given the importance of the 4th of July holiday and the special role of Mount Rushmore as a national monument, amici states have an interest in seeing the fireworks display take place again this year. They argued, first of all, there's a strong public interest in holding a 4th of July display at Mount Rushmore, while the Department of Interior's flimsy, unsupported rationale is arbitrary and capricious. They argued last year's celebration at Mount Rushmore, when the pandemic was far worse, vaccines weren't even developed yet. More than 7,000 visitors attended, and contact tracing was failed to identify even one case of COVID tied to that event. The National Park Service apparently also cited opposition from local tribes as a factor in rejecting the bid for the fireworks display. The attorneys general acknowledged tribal objections, but argued that the mere fact that some people may oppose a fireworks display is not a sufficient justification for canceling an important national celebration. Okay. Kristi, the governor, said she's going to do everything in her ability to ensure that we can celebrate America's birthday with fireworks at Mount Rushmore. We get a news update and more of your calls ahead. Missing Link got you coming up here. Roadmaster checking in. Horse Feathers on the line. And our number is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Following the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas, the focus is beginning to shift to finding ways to prevent future violence. Secretary of State Antony Blinken will head to the Middle East this week to open talks to try to strengthen the current ceasefire and lay out a path forward. Speaking to ABC's This Week, Blinken reaffirmed that the White House believes the long-term goal should be a two-state solution.
President Biden's been very clear that he remains committed to a two-state solution. Look, ultimately, it is the only way to ensure Israel's future as a Jewish and democratic state, and, of course, the only way to give the Palestinians the state to which they're entitled. That's where we have to go. But that, I don't think, is something for necessarily for today.
And 14 people were killed Sunday after a cable car accident in Italy. Authorities say the car fell nearly 50 feet as it was transporting passengers from the resort town of Stresa up a nearby mountain. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule, changing the world one life at a time.
When I first switched over, because I stopped taking the other supplements I was taking and switched over all the way to Balance of Nature, I really noticed a huge difference. It was amazing. Like better sleep, better attention, better energy. It was just really, really great.
Balance of Nature is now offering 35% off on any new preferred order. Go to balanceofnature.com today and use discount code USA.
At the American Veterinary Medical Association Annual Convention in Washington, D.C., I spoke with Dr. John Howe, AVMA President, about One Health.
One Health is really a collaboration between physicians and veterinarians or public health officials. For example, in Minnesota, our state public health veterinarian deals with zoonotic diseases, rabies, for example. Animals are sentinels for humans, and humans are sentinels for some infections in animals.
There's more valuable information at avma.org.
Movie theaters are the latest businesses to reopen after months of shutdown because of the pandemic, with many operating at reduced capacities and enforcing social distancing rules. One former health official says that people will have to begin to take their own steps to protect themselves in the next stage of the pandemic as more of the country opens up. Former FDA Commissioner Dr. Scott Gottlieb tells CBS's Face the Nation that people will now need to make individual assessments of their risk regarding the virus.
If you're unvaccinated, you're going to be at higher risk. If you're in a high prevalence area where there's still a lot of infection, you're going to be at higher risk. If you have a pre-existing medical condition, that could put you at higher risk because you're either immunocompromised because of medicine you might be on, or you have a risk factor like heart disease or lung disease, you're going to be at higher risk as well. So I think people need to make individual assessments of their risk as they make judgments about what they should and shouldn't be doing, like wearing a mask in an indoor setting, and also judging the setting. If it's a sort of crowded setting with a very mixed population, you don't know a lot of the people, that's different than getting together in a household where a lot of people are vaccinated.
This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wyatt Cox. Each and every day, the USA Radio Network produces 3 hours of the greatest radio programs of all time. Comedies, drama, suspense, it's all there. Classic radio theater. Now, if your radio station doesn't carry the program, you can find them anywhere podcasts are served, including iHeartRadio, Spotify, Spreaker. Just search for USA Classic Radio Theater. Find it. USA Classic Radio Theater. You'll love it.
A bipartisan group of lawmakers have made a counter-proposal to President Biden's massive infrastructure bill. Jeremy Scott reports.
A bipartisan group of senators have introduced a $303 billion surface transportation bill in opposition to the Biden administration's $2.25 trillion infrastructure proposal. Senior White House advisor Cedric Richmond tells CNN State of the Union.
Well, I think the president coming down $550 billion off of his initial proposal, I think shows the willingness to negotiate in good faith, and in a serious manner. And the real question is whether the Republicans will meet the effort that the president is showing.
The group of senators from the Senate Environment and Public Works Committee introduced a bill that would reauthorize the Department of Transportation funding for highways, roads, and bridges, which is due to expire in September. From the USA Radio News Oregon Bureau, I'm Jeremy Scott.
And Michigan's governor has issued an apology after being caught violating her own health orders. Governor Gretchen Whitmer was photographed at an East Lansing bar, apparently violating her social distancing order. Whitmer apologized on Sunday, saying that because everyone in her group was vaccinated, she hadn't thought twice when 2 tables were pushed together to accommodate the growing group. Whitmer is one of several governors who have faced severe backlash over their COVID restrictions. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
So what do you think? Who and where are the worst drivers in the country? Zootobi is an online driver's education resource, and they say, we've got some answers. Everybody has their own opinion about who can't drive and which state has the worst drivers. However, they actually crunched some numbers to get a more objective view of the situation. And based on the data, the profile of the worst driver in the United States would be a 25 to 34-year-old male in the state of Wyoming. According to their data, 54% of total crashes involved a male, whereas 46% involved a female. Based on that information, men are the worst drivers, and they are more likely to be involved in a crash. However, involvement in a crash doesn't necessarily mean the person was behind the wheel at fault. Now, based on the age, those ages 25 to 34 considered the worst drivers. That age group involved in just over 20% of crashes. Behind that age group is the 35 to 44 age group, 15.3%, 45 to 54-year-olds, 13.1%, and 16 to 20-year-olds, 11.8%. Of those that are legally allowed to drive, the best drivers based on crash involvement are those 74 and older. Fortunately, anyone under the age of 16 has a lower percentage. Which state has the most fatal crashes per 100,000 people? In Wyoming, that number would be 55, suggesting many of the worst drivers are in the equality state. Southern states have some of the highest fatality rates. The 10 states with the most fatal crashes per 100,000 people. Starting at number 10 is Florida, followed by Kentucky, Arkansas, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Alabama at number 5, South Carolina 4, Mississippi, New Mexico number 2, and Wyoming, as we said, number 1. Now, those are the worst driver stats. How about the best drivers based on fatal crashes anyway? Believe it or not, according to Zootobi, the District of Columbia, with just 9.1 fatal crashes, not counting D.C., states with the fewest crashes per 100,000 are at number 10, Illinois, followed by Washington, Connecticut, New Jersey, Vermont, New Hampshire, Minnesota, New York, Rhode Island, and Massachusetts at number 1. They use National Highway Traffic Safety Administration Fatality and Injury Reporting Systems tool. That's data from the year 2019. So Wyoming the worst, Massachusetts the best. I would have never guessed. But now you know. Good morning, Missing Link.
How the hell are you, sir?
I'm doing well. It's been a long time. Where you been?
It has been a long. Oh, just staying busy.
busy. Still doing the enclosed car hauling deals. So been this October be 3 years we've been with this company, and I wouldn't have it any other way now, brother.
How about that?
Oh, I love our job. So yeah, this is one of those jobs that it only took 20 years to get to it. You know what I mean? So Wyoming, though, number one, though, huh? You know, I can see that, though, you know, because, you know, you get up there and them, I mean, you figure that state is nothing but mountains. You know, and you get some of these hot shots and everything else that come barreling down some of these hills out there on 80 and stuff. And, you know, they don't realize the potential dangers of mountainous areas, especially in the wintertime.
Exactly.
I mean, it can get downright nasty out there during the wintertime. And then you got all them winds. Hell, my niece and my soon-to-be, I guess you'd call it nephew-in-law, they drive for Landstar. They just got shut down yesterday because of high winds and stuff out there. You know, and I've seen some of these people, they totally disregard the wind warning, and, you know, they end up on their side or something else, you know, because they should have never been out there trucking. You know, it just, but yeah, you know, Wyoming, yeah, I can see that. That's so I want to say it's Wyoming is one of them states for your more experienced drivers. I'll just say that.
Mm-hmm.
So because it can be a brutal state, especially like I said, especially during the wintertime. But anyways, did you see where I was just reading on Fox News? Donald Trump is getting ready to hit the campaign trail again.
Yeah, going to hold some big rallies, apparently. What do you think? Does that mean you think he's going to run in 2024, or just going to be out there trying to drum up support for some others?
I ain't no doubt in my mind. I think he'll definitely try to you know, get back in where he got cheated out of. And I believe it wholeheartedly. He got cheated out of the presidency. There's no doubt in my mind. So, but you know, the only thing that I fear, if he runs again, who's to say that he won't get cheated out of it again? You know, they were able to do it this time. Who's to say that they won't do it again?
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm still kind of curious how they got away with it the first time. But anyways, yeah, we just been out here just doing this deal, man. Just, you know, I'm really fortunate that me and her, you know, we've been staying busy and still been making money. And, you know, as Biden shutting everything down like he's been doing, it really hasn't affected us much. So that's a good thing. I mean, when the whole coronavirus thing first broke out, you know, it slowed us way down. I mean, a lot of manufacturers and stuff, you know, they were shutting down. And
sure.
We do a lot of concept stuff too, you know, hauling concept cars and everything else. Yeah. Car shows and all that, you know, all that stuff came to an abrupt end, and, you know, it slowed us down. We was just doing private individual stuff there for a long time, you know, just hauling, you know, private individuals' cars back and forth from East Coast to West Coast. And I mean, we were still able to stay busy and everything, but we did have to take a little bit of a pay cut on our pay. We finally got our pay back about a month ago. So that's a blessing. But, you know, I guess, you know, one thing I do every day is I pray. You know, I thank God every day that he still allows us to work and stay busy. And I believe that, as long as I keep him on my side and keep praying every day, and he'll keep looking out for me and her, so, but, hey, the whole idea of, I never did ask you on Facebook or anything, but whatever happened to the whole ordeal with, WLW? I was just did they just end your contract, or how'd that work?
That's pretty much the way it worked. Got a phone call on a Friday morning after the show, about 8 o'clock in the morning. Show's over. Canceled.
No kidding.
Yep.
Wow. You know what, though? That just proves one thing right there, though, Steve. Good Lord's looking out for you, too. Got you something else lined up, and that's cool. So, sounds like you still got all your old people there. I mean, I heard Monkey Gouger on there earlier. You know what? Speaking of, have you heard from Plowboy lately?
He has not called, but he does jump in and say hello every once in a while. He's via Facebook or YouTube, whichever he's listening on.
Okay. I have, he used to call me all the time, and God, I bet I ain't heard from Plowboy in probably 2 years. So I didn't know what was going on with him, whether he had health issues or what. So, but he's still out there trucking in his ear.
I'm not exactly sure what he's doing. I mean, really, since he got remarried, he didn't call in nearly as much anymore. I think I only talked to him once or twice, and that's about the time he got married a couple of years ago.
He got remarried, huh?
Yeah, he did.
I'll be darned.
So,
well, maybe one of these. I've got his number. Maybe one of these days I'll give him a call if his phone number's still the same. I don't know if it is or not, but I might just give him a call and see how the hell he's doing. But anyways, glad to see that you're doing okay and everything, Steve, and give my best to your wife and stuff, and we'll talk to you another day, buddy. Take care.
Maybe one of these days we'll get to meet face to face again if we ever get to have another truck show, right?
Hey, I would like that. I would have thought. I would have thought for sure we would have had a truck show this year, but I mean, have they even talked about it? I mean, like sometime this year, or are they just going to hold off till next year?
They've decided, that early in the year they were talking it was going to be either September of this year or March of next year. The cutoff date rolled around and they opted for March of 2022 for Louisville.
Gotcha.
So,
well, I might actually come out next year. So, but anyways, well, you take care of yourself, Steve, and I'll keep tuning in. I've been tuning in. I just finally got around to calling in. So,
well, thanks for checking in. Good to hear from you, Missing Link.
Absolutely. Take care of yourself.
Be safe out there. Apparently, over the weekend, Saturday was what they call Bitcoin Pizza Day, May the 22nd. This was the 11th anniversary date, where it was back in 2010. A guy in Florida paid for 2 pizzas with Bitcoin. He was apparently the first person to use Bitcoin in an actual commercial transaction. He agreed to pay 10,000 Bitcoins to have 2 Papa John's pizzas delivered. Now, keep in mind, this was a long time ago. Since then, his pizzas have got more and more expensive. 9 months after the purchase, Bitcoin actually reached parity with the U.S. dollar, making the 2 pizzas worth $10,000. By the year 2015, those 2 pizzas would have been valued at $2.4 million. On the 11th anniversary in 2021, Bitcoin, of course, had reached a high of 63,000, which would, at the time, in April, have made those 2 pizzas worth $630 million. Okay, at the time, those 10,000 Bitcoin was worth $41. According to the data, he could have traded his Bitcoin on an exchange for U.S. dollars, about $41 to be exact. Should the figures be accurate, that puts the price per Bitcoin at roughly 0.004 or 4 thousandths of a penny at the time he purchased the pizza. So while that figure isn't exactly zero, the price was low enough to enter X in the amount. And think he might be getting the better deal. His post ended with the quip, "Yeah, good luck on getting your free pizza." So Saturday wasn't the first. It's not the only Bitcoin holiday. Bitcoiners have been creating holidays for almost as long as the technology's been around. Users marked the disappearance of the Bitcoin creator, who had recently stepped down from his role as project lead, declared April 28th of 2011 as Satoshi Disappear Day. The anonymous founder. All right. According to the Bitcoin magazine, the guy that ordered the pizza waited for a while for his order. In fact, he first posted on the Bitcoin.org forums on May the 18th. At the time of writing, he said, "I'll pay 10,000 Bitcoins for a couple of pizzas. Yeah, like maybe 2 large ones, so I have some left over for the next day. I'll have some leftover pizza to nibble on later. If you're interested, please let me know so we can work out a deal." He still didn't get his pizza until Saturday. By Friday, some even led to reach out about his health. There was one Bitcoin user asking if he was getting hungry. I just think it'd be interesting if I could say I paid for a pizza in Bitcoin. All right. That's pretty wild. So 10,000 Bitcoins, worth about $41 at the time. My, how that has changed. Hey, good morning, Roadmaster.
How you doing, Stevie?
Well, hanging with him. How about you?
I'm just here, riding and guiding. Still trying to get over this, whatever I was supposed to have or whatever. I think that they misdiagnosed me. I still feel like there's something wrong with me, even though they said wasn't nothing to worry about right now, but I still don't feel good. Anyway, do you remember the London auto truck stop?
Absolutely.
Down London?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I went by there the other day and got something to eat, and went back to the bathroom, and I looked, and guess whose smiling face I seen plastered up on the wall there?
A much younger,
You and your daddy.
much younger edition of me with brown hair at the time.
Yep, you and your dad was there, and
Yeah.
both of you had signed it, autographed it. And it was still on the wall up there on the hallway, going back toward the men's room there. I thought that was kind of neat that all those years that they still left it there.
Still there, yeah. You are correct. I stopped through there when we were coming back from her mom's birthday party down in Georgia here a couple months ago, and we stopped in and ate a good dinner there at the buffet, and they have some of the best truck stop food around.
Yeah, they do. I don't live far from there, and I stop in there every once in a while and eat. But I seen that poster on the wall, and I thought, of course, I thought of you. I said, "There's my little buddy." I got the old lady. I said, "Come here, I'll show you Steve." I said, "I tell you about him all the time on the radio." So right there he is. So that's my hero right there. So
that's been there a bunch of years.
But anyway, yeah, it has. But it's still in good shape, and no one's tried to vandalize it or put graffiti on it or, put Pee Wee Biden or something like that on it. It's all, still in good shape and all that. And I thought that was respectful of all the drivers that, they didn't vandalize it or graffiti it up. So.
Yeah.
But anyway.
I'm trying to remember that probably had to be late 90s, maybe, something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Probably. It's been a long time ago. I remember listening to your dad. I'll never forget it. The night that he announced Roy Orbison died, and that was somewhere around 86, 7, I'm guessing, somewhere through there. And I just passed where I was at. Of course, there's a new road through here now, but I was coming past Bob Evans' original farm over at Rio Grande, Ohio, down through there. And when they announced that, of course, back then, if we had to call in, we found a phone booth and stood there, held the phone for an hour or two.
Exactly.
If we could get through.
Yep.
It seemed like it's a lot easier to get through now than it was when you was over that other gig you had. I never seemed like I'd call and never could get through. But it seemed like it's a lot easier now since you got the Hot Shot Secret deal.
Well, obviously I don't think we have as many holding on as we used to, but gradually that's been working its way up, one step at a time,
Yeah. Well, that's good. I think you'll be just fine. I know everybody's tickled death at your back, so. And I'd be glad when there's a truck show and I've met you 3 or 4 times, talked to you. A truck show just, spoke to you because you're always busy and everybody around. I spoke to you a time or two, just, hey, how you doing?
Mm-hmm.
Like it, went on. But I've never actually sat and got to have any lengthy conversation with you. But next time there's a truck show, we get to go to one. If I'm still here, I'll make sure that I come by and yell at you.
Let's do that. Yep.
We will. All right, buddy. Appreciate you. I'll see you. Talk to you later.
All right. Good to hear from you there, Roadmaster. I hope you get to feeling better. Be safe out there and all that good stuff. All right.
All righty.
Until next time, have a great night. All right. It's 844-844-3388. Pappy, that's funny. He's talking about that photograph being on the wall there at the London Auto Truck after all those years. And he said, that's because Minister never stopped in there. You're probably right. Oh, my. And, earlier, that was for Heatwave, wasn't it? Steve, tell Heatwave to get him some trail cameras. Yeah, they're about $30-$40 a piece. The more expensive ones, you can actually get like a notification when they go off. But at least anything moving around near that fence, he could go out every couple of days and review the photographs. You can tie them to any tree out there. Okay, trail cameras. Now, I've seen some of the social media posts of things caught on trail cameras. You never know what you're going to find out there in the woods, in the darkness. Things moving around. It is 844-3388. News break time. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
A leading Belarusian opposition figure has been arrested after a fighter jet was dispatched to escort a commercial flight he was on down to Minsk. Roman Protasevich was arrested Sunday after Belarus's President Alexander Lukashenko ordered the jet to guide his flight down in the Belarusian capital. The flight was originally scheduled to travel from Athens to Vilnius, Lithuania. Protasevich was detained at the Minsk airport, and the flight was eventually allowed to continue to Vilnius. In a statement, Secretary of State Antony Blinken called for Protasevich's immediate release, calling his arrest a shocking act. And National Guard troops that have been stationed at the Capitol building for the last 4 months will head home this week. Capitol Police will be taking back over security operations at the Capitol on Monday after the Guard confirmed they had not been asked to extend their deployment. Nearly 2,200 troops are expected to begin to return home on Monday. This is USA Radio News.
Okay, we are running a car drive right now to help veterans all across America. So if you have an old car, truck, or van, even a motorcycle or an RV sitting around, you can right now give it away and help the vets. They really need your help. And your car will help support the vets and their families. And guess what? You even get a tax donation. Plus, we'll even come and pick up your car for free. And all you've got to do is pick up your phone right now and make a free call. Now is the perfect time to do something good for the vets. Give back to the vets right now for all they've done for this country. And your old car can really help them. So call the Veterans Car Donation Program right now for free pickup of your vehicle. Help the vets and help your taxes at the same time. Call right now.
800-882-2093. 800-882-2093. 800-882-2093. That's 800-882-2093.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, for the weekend, got to babysit little Avery and Aubrey. Young Stephen had a wedding to attend. And they did the right thing. Since, of course, you had the big wedding reception, alcohol was consumed, so they spent the night at the hotel there where the reception was. So, my wife was craving, hey, why don't you run up to the meat store and get some, how about a good steak and baked potato? All right, yes, that sounds good. We'll fire up the grill. So I got like three strip steaks and one, what was hers? Yeah, a little better. But my golly, the price per pound, that was off the charts. I think the strips were like $16.99 a pound. The other was $20.99 a pound. What's going on with the price of meat? And according to Bloomberg, inflation is landing in the refrigerator and it's hitting meat eaters the most. About 1 in 3 U.S. adults say they're spending more on groceries than they were at the start of the year. Red meat is the one item cited most often for the high prices. Chicken right behind. Food inflation has been inching up for months. Soaring commodity costs, costlier transportation, challenging finding workers, rising demand for meat from home cooks as well as the booming fast food industry has propped up prices as well. We've got these pockets of inflation without corresponding wage growth, and that's putting the consumer in a tough spot here, according to the Morning Consult economist. To save money on rising grocery bills, about a quarter of U.S. shoppers say they've started buying fewer items overall, including less meat. All right. They also say rising grocery bills appear to disproportionately impact shoppers of color. More than 40% of Hispanic and Black respondents reported higher grocery costs since the start of the year. All right, there you go. Meat prices. Going to cost you more to fire up the grill this summer. And a lot of people are doing just that. All right, let's get back to your calls. What's on your mind this Monday morning? Hope you had a good weekend. Our number's 844-844-3388. What's going on there, Horse Feathers?
Morning, Your Honor. Trust you had a good weekend?
Good weekend, yes. Thank you much.
Here. So I guess, well, we got to remember here, we had this whole pandemic thing going on and everything shut down, and then all the meat packing plant problems we had with the COVID.
Yeah.
So, like we've been talking about, with the milk and stuff, that in order to have meat, you got to have baby cows, and baby cows take a while to come along, and baby cows take a little while to grow up to have enough meat on their bones to actually want to send them somewhere to be processed. And geez, that's a bad thought, isn't it?
We
Poor
had that
little baby
when
cow.
we had that big freeze back in February. Didn't they say that wasn't that calving season or something there in Texas, and they were struggling for the little ones to survive? They may have lost a bunch.
Yep. So then you got kind of the shortage, but now you're going to run into the same problem again, because you just reported that people are cutting back the amount of meat that they're buying. Well, if they're cutting back and there isn't the demand, then there's not going to be the need for production, which means the cattle ranchers there, they aren't going to produce more cows than they can sell.
Yeah.
So you're going to still have more of a shortage. So I don't know. It's a vicious circle. And there's when this whole thing first started, I said it's going to be a hard thing to come out of, because we had all this product and merchandise and everything, at our fingertips. It was there and available. I mean, all your institutions, your schools, and your businesses, and your hotels, restaurants, your cruise lines. Just think how many eggs every day the cruise ships aren't using. So you don't need all those chickens that don't have to produce those eggs. So when the cruise industry decides to come back and they say, okay, all you cruise ships can go, where are they going to get enough eggs for a week's cruise to have breakfast for everybody?
It's a lot of eggs. They cook a lot of eggs. Maybe they'll go to what do they call them? Those powdered eggs.
But they still come from eggs.
Well, that's true.
They're still a derivative of eggs. So
yeah.
I mean, are they going to go out and get seagull eggs? Are they going to put seagull nests on the ships so that the seagulls can lay eggs every day and they'll have fresh eggs? Or I don't know. Kind of crazy, kind of scary, but to try to come back out of this and to get things back up to where they were, and where the prices are going to be with inflation and everything, I don't know. And I think it's more than just the people of color that have noticed their grocery bill go up. I think it's more than the Latinos and the blacks that have noticed their grocery bills.
My grocery bill's gone up. Everybody knows it's gone up. Like I just said, look, now I wasn't like I was not at a Kroger or a grocery store. I went up to the butcher shop where they've got freshly butchered. I mean, these were good steaks. Don't get me wrong, but $16.99 a pound. I hate to ask what the filet mignon price per pound would be.
Sure. Yeah. No, you probably would have been scared, Your Honor. And we know what your wallet's like when it opens. It's got that creaking sound and some dust comes out of it there when you crack that billfold of yours open.
All right, easy now.
We all know
easy.
what it's like there. So anyways, and you were talking this traffic deal now you were talking deaths per 100,000 people. Now, isn't there more fence posts in Wyoming than there is people?
I mean, it's not the most densely populated place in the country. That is 100% correct.
So when you compare Wyoming to Massachusetts, now, how about if we did deaths per every square foot or, every square mile instead of, I think that whole thing would have been reversed there. That whole list you had would have been reversed.
Yeah.
I think it's the fact that, what is it? Figures don't lie, but figures can lie, or I don't know, whatever the deal is with numbers and figures. But, it's all about how you write it. It's like doing a poll. I mean, you can skew a poll to come out in whatever favor you want when you do it, depending on the parameters you put on it. So, yeah, I don't know. If they want to see worse drivers, I think you do like Atlanta down there, probably a lot of times comes out the top. Washington, D.C., the Beltway, the Capital Beltway, Los Angeles. I think those are the places you kind of got to look forward to see where the worst driving happens. And but anyways, so anyways, a little bit earlier in the show, I think I heard my name mentioned a couple times there. Talking about that great Eric Clapton song there, Propane.
Yep, correct.
You ever listen to Eric Clapton there sing Propane there at all?
Well, I think that was the rendition on Hank Hill, wasn't it?
Yeah, it could very well have been. So anyways, Steve was right there in his one comment he made that actually an empty propane cylinder is actually more dangerous than a full one.
Is that right?
And it is. It's because of the saturation. You know, if you have a full propane tank, it's your fuel to oxygen ratio is oversaturated. You know, you can't actually get in a full saturation. You know, if you had a release of a tank, but if you have an empty tank open up, it's pure vapor, and the saturation level with the oxygen actually brings it to a combustion of, you know, a rate of that's good for combustion. So all you need is an ignition source.
Yeah.
I'll get this out here yet today. I got the Chevy guy thing going on here. Maybe I ought to sing it like Mel Tillis. Maybe I ought to sing this. Nah, I probably shouldn't do that.
So if you've got a slow leak, Pappy was talking about the acetylene tank. You got a slow leak in a valve, and you got the propane tank in your back seat. Is that going to go off when you turn the ignition?
If you have a open spark, some sort of ignition source, you know, you wouldn't have to turn the ignition. You get in there with your Zippo lighter and or your cigarette, and you'd be the ignition source.
Right,
you wouldn't even
right.
need the key. But yeah, it's the fuel to oxygen mix, you know, in the ratio, and if it's in that combustion zone, or they have it. They have other terms there. They have a lower explosive limit and a upper explosive limit, you know, and if it's in that range, then you know, combustion can happen, and a lot of times it happens very rapidly. And but yeah, and as far as transportation goes, I'm not sure about packing them into, you know, moving in storage trailers, but I do know with the tunnels we have here in Baltimore and the ones down there in Virginia, you know, around Newport and down in that area down there, like where Glenn lives, they don't allow you to carry a propane cylinder, even the small grill size propane cylinders on your camper trailers. You can't go through the tunnels even with the small cylinders. So I would assume, out of all caution, it's better not to pack a propane cylinder in your goods to be moving. And the other thing is if for any reason it did develop a leak and there was ever an ignition source, that would cause you to lose everything you were having moved. I mean, just out of the, you know, not wanting to lose all your stuff in case something did happen. You know, it'd be a wiser situation not to pack something in, you know, all your moving and storage stuff, you know, that you possibly have a catastrophic fire with. So, but yeah, the other thing is that at some point when these tanks burn, and I don't know if you remember, there was I think it was down in Texas, there was an AmeriGas facility, I believe, that
I remember that
Rhino tank.
Yep, and they had the fire there, and those damn things were going off, and the cylinders were blowing up hundreds of feet in the air.
Sure, and
Like
they'll
rockets.
travel a good distance, but the thing is the transport trailers and the rail cars. Now a rail car holds at least 3 of my transport trailers of liquid propane. So you can imagine the amount of burn time you get with one of them. But there's documentation of rail cars that have been involved in incidents, and when they decided to let go and become rockets, have actually gone upwards of a mile before they've landed back on the ground.
Wow.
So you can just imagine picking a rail car up and trying to throw it a mile. But anyways, yes, that's where you could end up at. But we try not to think about that too much, and that's not really the most scariest part about propane. I think I've touched on it before that propane is a cryogenic, and it boils at minus 44 degrees. And when you're changing your little gas grill there, underneath your propane grill, and you're changing the tank, and you get that little bit of vapor on you, you get a little bit of liquid dump out on you. You got to remember that you're actually going to get a freeze burn from that. You're going to have a possibility of most of the time just a first degree burn with the amount you'll have from that. It'll be like a sunburn, and if you get it bad, you'll probably get a second degree burn, which would be like a blistering sunburn. But you can actually get enough, if you get enough liquid propane on you at boiling at minus 44 degrees below zero, you can actually develop third degree burns from it, and if you get it on your arm and you get a third degree burn like that on your arm, it'll actually kill like how your hair grows, your hair follicles.
Yep.
You'll actually kill your skin and not be able to grow hair and stuff like that back. So it's actually got more of I always feel it has more of a hazard that way. If you're cautious around, open flames with the vapor, is good. But a lot of people don't think about, hey, in the middle of July, putting on a pair of gloves to change the propane cylinder on their grill, and just little things like that. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. But little thoughts to put in the back of your mind. What is that? Thoughts from Horse Feathers. Hey, we could have a Thoughts from Horse Feathers corner sometime. How about that?
There you go.
I don't know. They'd go with Doc Holliday's thoughts from the almost smartest man in the world, right?
Yep.
So, well, anyways, hey, with all that, I don't know. I guess there might have been a little bit of intelligence in there, but hey, we'll let you go out there and look for some more intelligent callers, and we'll chat at you again later. So keep the rubber on the road, and we'll catch you on the rebound.
All right. It's like we kind of suspected Horse Feathers would know the answer to that propane question. Indeed, he did. Very good. Yeah, let me see here. So according to this, I've got my hand on the dirtiest item in the secret bunker. That little thing right there. Recent study conducted by Cinch Home Services calculating the amount of bacteria in an average home or office to see if the increase in remote working during the lockdowns have prevented the spread of germs. So they swabbed surfaces of common home office appliances like keyboards, computer mice, monitors, to calculate how much bacteria was found in different areas of the average home office. Study found the computer mouse was the dirtiest sampled home office appliance, with an average of 4 million colony-forming units, CFUs, per 10 square inch. A CFU represents the number of microorganisms in a test sample. In other words, a computer mouse has 5 times the amount of bacteria as a kitchen sink, which has 734,000 and some change CFUs. The headset came in a distant second place, 2,481,000 CFUs, followed by the computer monitor at 2 million, the keyboard at 1,687,000, and the desk itself at 6,500. So it sounds like the computer mouse has a lot of germs. While not all of these bacteria are harmful, they say, much of it certainly is. Gram-negative rods were present in many samples, 90 to 95% of which can be harmful to humans. This type of bacteria can be found anywhere and actually create resistance to antibiotics. Examples of this type of bacteria include E. coli and cholera. There's no reason to panic, but maybe to just wipe down your equipment a little more regularly. Study also found 23% of people have not cleaned their keyboard since the start of COVID. How about that? It also found, despite the amount of bacteria possibly present, 9 out of 10 people will still eat at least one meal per day at their desk. How about that? Okay, interesting things we learn. It's a dirty little critter there. Maybe I should get me some Clorox wipes. All right, what do we got here? Rolling towards top of the hour, we'll get our news update. Hello there, Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. Oh, shoot, I wipe my pad down every day there. Got too many fingerprints on it there, right?
Mm-hmm.
The only truck stop I ain't never been in is that Cafe Risque over there on I-75 where they got the advertisement of "We Bear All." I don't want a naked woman that close to my cheeseburger, right? Yeah, well, golf is just adult T-ball, Steve. That's all it is. And I give people the birdie all the time going down the road, and my air horn is in the key of F flat, right? They got a ball washer down there at the clubhouse too, Steve, there, but I prefer to wash mine at the house. It keeps me from getting arrested for indecent exposure there, right?
Okay.
I got news for everybody. This country was founded on an insurrection. Way back in 1700 and something there. I need Harry and Megan to get back on the other side of the pond with the rest of those inbred rednecks over there, right? One of those Chauvin jurists there, he was up there at that insurrection also. He was wearing a BLM cap and a George Floyd T-shirt there, so I don't think they've got all the lawsuits out of the way on that thing there. And Pappy talking about that propane tank blowing up. That's why you got a pickup. That's why you buy a pickup truck. You don't have to put that thing on the inside of your car there. There was a guy smoking and using hand sanitizer, Steve, and his car burst into flames. I mean, just burned right on down to the ground there. So that wasn't too good. Let's see. When they start complaining about President Dupus Magoo's policies, I just look at them and tell them, well, you voted for that dumbass, right? Do we need to hold over to get the commercial break in there, Steve?
Well, looking at the clock there, Pappy, it looks like we're right up against news update time. So, yeah, would you like to hold on? We'll take care of that. Yeah, okay, we're good. I'll have to do a phone reset at the bottom of the hour here. So we'll hold off on that. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
A leading Belarusian opposition figure has been arrested after a fighter jet was dispatched to escort a commercial flight he was on down to Minsk. Roman Protasevich was arrested Sunday after Belarus's President Alexander Lukashenko ordered the jet to guide his flight down in the Belarusian capital. The flight was originally scheduled to travel from Athens to Vilnius, Lithuania. Protasevich was detained at the Minsk airport, and the flight was eventually allowed to continue to Vilnius. In a statement, Secretary of State Antony Blinken called for Protasevich's immediate release, calling his arrest a shocking act. And National Guard troops that have been stationed at the Capitol building for the last 4 months will head home this week. Capitol Police will be taking back over security operations at the Capitol on Monday after the Guard confirmed they had not been asked to extend their deployment. Nearly 2,200 troops are expected to begin to return home on Monday. This is USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell is a great supporter of conservative radio, but most of all, he's a man who has invented a great USA product that will help you get a great night's sleep. For over 3 years, I've told you how the MyPillow Premium Pillow has changed my life. I get the best sleep of my life. But more importantly, the pillows don't go flat. You can wash them and dry them as many times as you want. They maintain their shape, and they are made in the USA. Here's the best deal you'll ever get on a MyPillow premium pillow. $29.98 for a standard or queen size pillow. King size only $5 more. You're saving $40. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. You can save up to 60% on any MyPillow product when you use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the MyPillow Premium Pillow Special.
The ceasefire between Israel and Hamas appears to be holding. Jeremy Scott has more.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken discussed the agreement that brought an end to the 11 days of fighting on ABC's This Week.
President Biden's focus on relentless, determined, but quiet diplomacy is what got us to where we needed to be, which is to get the violence ended as quickly as possible, to stop more human suffering, and to at least put ourselves in a position to make a turn, to make a pivot, to building something more positive. That has to start now.
Last week's ceasefire came after more than 250 people were killed and hundreds more injured in the fighting between Israel and Hamas. From the USA Radio News Oregon Bureau, I'm Jeremy Scott.
And a volcanic eruption in the eastern region of the Democratic Republic of the Congo has killed 15 people and sent thousands fleeing. Mount Nyiragongo started erupting Saturday night near the major city of Goma, near the border with Rwanda. About 30,000 people so far have fled the eruption, according to UN officials in the area. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Arizona's Attorney General has sent a letter to the White House calling for the removal of Vice President Kamala Harris from her position, leading efforts to combat the immigration crisis on the southern border. Mark Brnovich explained to Fox News why he's calling for her resignation from that position.
The Biden administration has completely ignored law enforcement, whether that's at the local level or whether it's even at the state AG level. And as a result of that, literally hundreds of thousands of people are streaming across our southern border illegally. Since Joe Biden appointed her the border czar, it's been approximately 480,000 people have illegally crossed our southern border. Put that in context, that's like the entire population of Kansas City or Minneapolis, just since she's been the border czar. And as you alluded to in the package earlier, we have seen in law enforcement a dramatic spike in drugs like fentanyl and heroin coming across our border. Drugs are not only going to stay here in Arizona or Texas, but that's going to poison neighborhoods throughout our entire country.
And National Guard troops that have been stationed at the Capitol building for the last 4 months will be heading home this week. Capitol Police will be taking back over security operations at the Capitol on Monday after the Guard confirmed they had not been asked to extend their deployment. Nearly 2,200 troops are expected to begin to return home on Monday. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Alrighty, what else we got here under the weather scenario? And it begins is the headline. Official start of hurricane season still more than a week away. But the first named storm of the season formed early Saturday as subtropical storm Anna over the Atlantic Ocean east of Bermuda. Yeah, they've been monitoring that area of low pressure since early last week. And Saturday, the system organized, packing sustained winds of 45 miles per hour. Anna developed 200 miles northeast of Bermuda Saturday morning. By Sunday evening, it was downgraded to a tropical depression, sustained winds of 35 miles per hour. Let's see, moving northeast at like 17 miles per hour. Friday, before it reached tropical storm strength, it had been being watched, Invest 90L, by the National Hurricane Center, a second area with the potential for tropical development. Invest 91L became better organized early Friday in the western Gulf of Mexico. That has already moved inland over Texas early Saturday morning, ending its chance for development. That's what brought some more of that heavy rain to the deep southern portions of Texas. So since Invest 90L strengthened, Hurricane Center named it Anna, the first name on the list for the 2021 hurricane season. Anna developed from a system that last week was a non-tropical storm associated with a pocket of cool air high up in the atmosphere. Occasionally, over time, features like this can acquire some tropical characteristics, provided the ocean water is warm enough. When this happens, subtropical depressions or storms can be named by the Hurricane Center. Subtropical storms can also transition into tropical storms in the right environment. All right, so there you go. As it brushed Bermuda Saturday, they had some breezy conditions, some showers that impacted the island nation. So a few showers on Sundays, what they saw. That's about it. But there we go, underway with the 2021 hurricane season. All righty, Knucklebuster, thanks for hanging in there.
Thanks for holding me over, Mr. Steve Sommers. Yeah, let's see. My memory's okay, just my recall sucks. I talked about the guy he's using hand sanitizer and smoking, right? Mm-hmm. Burn his car to the ground.
Yep.
Yeah, yep. Well, I like those people that complain about President Doofus Magoo's policy there. I just tell them, well, you voted for that dumbass, so don't start crying about it there. Yeah, and I really get in trouble with him there. Well, hold my beer while I drive, Steve. I hit a bump field some there. Most of the problem down south, I can only speak for down south here, them southern rednecks think they're Dale Earnhardt Jr., right? That's why they drive so fast. Now, you're not getting the COVID vaccine, right?
I have not received the vaccine. I don't know. Maybe one day I will. I'm not sure.
Well, if we take a trip out there to Las Vegas, Steve, there's a strip club out there that's got a vaccine clip in it. They'll give you one of them there free lap dances if you line up for that China virus vaccine there. I don't know. I don't even know if I'd do it then there, other than the fact I done it for my daughter because she told me to, and I trust her, but I don't trust the health system there.
Yeah.
And I'm just curious, why do all these viruses come from China, Steve? I mean, nobody's ever answered that question for me, but I guess we'll keep living with it. We kicked China in the butt and told them to quit sending them viruses over here. I'm a beef eater. I'd rather have a good cheeseburger than I had a steak. I eat beef hot dogs, beef bologna. I don't eat that chicken and pork bologna. That's some of the most disgusting stuff. And besides, chicken gravy over biscuits just does not sound good. So, how was your weekend?
Had a good weekend. Thank you very much. Had a little bonfire, a little fire pit Friday night. Neighbor Dave made a little pit stop and said hello. And of course, babysitted the grandkids.
All right. Well, I had an awesome weekend myself. Had a real awesome weekend. My daughters took me out to a vineyard out in Somerville, Tennessee. Yes, sir, and I did hold my little pinky up in the air. I know I used to give you about that all the time. But anyway, they had a live band out there. There was probably about 250, 300 people out there. Had lawn chairs on the ground and stuff, kids laying on the blanket. Well, they decided it was time for me to celebrate my birthday party, which my birthday's already happened this year, but this is the first chance we've had, and it hadn't been for the COVID, to celebrate my birthday. But anyway, after the band quit playing for just a second, my daughters handed me that strawberry cake with 3 candles on it, see, and started singing happy birthday to me. The whole crowd started joining them, Steve, and then they went ballistic at the end of it there, just cheering me on. I said, man, you couldn't ask for a better birthday present than that one right there, having that many people saying hoorah, right?
Yep.
And that's all my baloney for today, Mr. Steve Summers. We'll talk at you later on, or I'll try to call you back in that loneliest hour, brother.
All righty. That'll be here before you know it. There you go. Thank you for checking in this morning. Hey, what's going on, Philip? How was your weekend?
Oh, my weekend was great. I just want to thank Volusia County for their finest out there. I tried calling in earlier, but they were doing something up there in Deltona, Florida. I don't know what they were doing, but they had them everywhere, so I had to knock off the phone and pay attention to what was going on around me. They were all over the place. So sorry about that. I had to hang up earlier, but I had to. They were talking about them propane tanks, that cryogenic stuff. You don't want to mess with that, Steve. That pressurized stuff, that stuff will hurt you big time. So, and Knuckle Buster, you're just talking about chicken and pork bologna. I wouldn't eat that either. I wouldn't eat none of that stuff. So, but you had a bonfire, huh, Steve? Did you roast any weenies, or did you have some marshmallows?
Nah, just a fire pit.
Just fire pit?
Yep.
Have you figured out have you got that pool put up yet?
I have not. I have not heard back from the one guy that somebody gave me a number for. And when neighbor Dave came by over the weekend, he said he knew a guy that might be able to, he's going to try to get in contact with him. So,
how big a pool is that, Steve?
It's above ground, 27-foot round.
Oh, wow. You're going 27. That's pretty big. That's a pretty big pool.
It's a nice sized pool, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Wow. Now, I know down here in Florida, if you want to buy a concrete one, it's probably about 20 to 50 grand down here for a concrete one.
Yeah.
Them above ground ones, you can get a pretty good price, but you don't see them as much down here. You see more of the concrete ones down here. And them people in Bermuda, they know how to do a hurricane. They know how to do it. If anybody can handle a level 5, they can do it. Those guys can up there in Bermuda. So, but haven't heard too much about Musk. I know they're moving a lot of stuff around at Boca Chica. Hey, Steve, have you ever seen the world's biggest crane?
I can't say that I have. No.
Okay, so if you get a chance to go on YouTube and go to NASA spaceflight, and Elon Musk has got not one, but 3 of the world's biggest cranes sitting there getting ready to build that launch facility there at Boca Chica. They had one there already. They nicknamed it Tankzilla. That's the one that's been pretty much picking up everything that's been the really tall stuff. But now we got 2 more into the mix to build the launch facility. And they're not sure if they're going to use them on the other ones, but they got one that's so big that they had to use pieces from other cranes, and they call it Frankenzilla. And that crane is amazing. They're made by a company called Liebherr out of, I believe it's Switzerland or Germany, around in there. So if you get a chance, look at that. They're world's biggest crawler cranes. So, I mean, there's only one step above them. They say they've got one in the world that's above it, but I don't know. These things are crazy. They lift 1,000 tons with no problem. They'll take it up over 700 feet in the air. So That's all I got to say, Steve. You have a good one, bud. Thank you.
All right, looking at, you said built by Lieber. That is correct. The LR 13,000, the most powerful crawler crane in the world, designed for use in like nuclear power station construction. The main boom can reach a height of 473 feet, and the crane has a lifting capacity of 3,000 tons. The crane itself weighs 748 tons. That's a big crane. Wow. Okay. Big toys for big boys. All right, we got lines available at 844-844-3388. See what's going on with the blind man this morning. Hey there.
Hey, how you doing, Steve?
Doing well. How have you been?
Oh, I'm doing okay. I got my 2 shots, Pfizer, and no reaction whatsoever. But in this crazy county where I live, Montgomery County, they still require you to wear a mask when you go indoors to a business. And I don't know how to fight that, because if I don't wear the mask, then they won't give me the service, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, I was talking to one of my neighbors, one of the few that I can really talk politics with, and he told me that Montgomery County schools, they're teaching the kids now that if you're a mega person, you're considered a white supremacist. So I guess that makes me a white supremacist. And I was telling him, I said, I don't really care anymore. And besides, somebody called me a racist one time, and I said, how can I be a racist when I can't see you? So anyway, I can actually hear the cicadas now. I'm surprised they're going 24/7 now, and it's really noisy out there.
They are singing at night. Okay, well, maybe that's because, I mean, right now there's millions of them coming out, but they're not singing at this point.
Oh, they are here now. Definitely here. My fiance says she has to wear a baseball cap just to keep them out of her hair. They're flying all over the place.
Yeah.
And there's a company that's making chocolate-covered cicadas, so I don't think so.
I'll pass on the cicada recipes. I see, people are showing they're cooking them up, and you got to get them when they're in the larva stage, when they first come out of the shell, and they're all kind of white. The wings haven't really opened up yet. Yeah. You're supposed to pick them off the tree and throw them in a pot and boil them.
Like I said, I won't try it, but I got to call Philip because I'm really interested in the space program, and it sounds like these cranes are going to be putting the latest rockets together.
Yeah, they're building some big stuff down there.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I've always been interested in the space program because somebody asked me one time, what do we get out of the space program? Why are we spending all this money? And I remember at the time saying for every $1 that goes into the space program, you get about $10 back in benefits. And one of the big benefits for me was the miniaturization, where I got to buy the first talking calculator. And there's all kinds of talking products now that are coming out. And speaking of that, I was watching the Jetsons yesterday, and they showed the one where George gets his physical.
Yeah.
And he swallows this little pill, and the doc says, okay, where are you now? He says, I'm going around the Adam's apple. And then the doc says, all right, check the lungs. So he gets in the lungs, and the little pill starts coughing. He says, have you ever been to Pittsburgh? Well, back in 1962, Pittsburgh was one of the dirtiest cities around, when it came to air pollution.
Yeah.
So that was a joke back then, but it's become reality now because GW Hospital does have a camera you can swallow, and it takes pictures of your stomach. And also you can dictate letters, but they didn't get the part where, because the computers today will check your spelling, but back in the, when they did the Jetsons, I guess they thought it would be funny if the tin secretary says, "How do you spell indestructible?" And Spacely says, "Oh, just say the jacket will never wear out."
How about that? I loved the Jetsons. All that futuristic stuff.
Yeah.
Most of it's like reality today.
Yeah, my stockbroker says he's got that little round vacuum cleaner that Rosie the robot used to clean the apartment.
Huh?
So it's really something to, go through these shows and see what's become reality. I like to see science fiction theater with Truman Bradley. I know 3 episodes when I watched it back in 1973 are reality.
It's amazing how much science fiction has actually become reality, isn't it?
Yeah. So anyway, I just wanted to put in my 2 cents, and I've been talking to Heat Wave and Big Moose and Big Ed and Phillip and a couple of others, Chevy guys. So I don't feel lonely anymore. At least I can talk to somebody now, and I have to be careful which neighbors I can talk to.
That's great. Well, yeah, if you got to be considered a racist to be a Trump supporter, so be it. There's 70 million of us.
75 million.
Okay.
And we have a new talk show host today coming on WMAL, Dan Bongino. He's really good. He'll be on from 12 to 3.
He's going to be in what used to be Rush Limbaugh's time slot, correct?
Yeah.
Yep.
I call it the Rush Limbaugh Legacy Show now. Apparently they have guest hosts, and they said, well, Rush was on this about 4 years ago or whatever clip they're playing.
If Pappy was correct, Dan Bongino's first guest is going to be none other than Donald Trump.
Oh, that is really good. I can't wait to hear that today.
All right. Well, good to hear from you, blind man. Thank you for checking in, and be safe. All right, I got wide open lines at 844-844-3388. Like I said, they had been emerging in pretty good numbers, the cicadas, that is. Last several nights. When I stepped out tonight, though, as I mentioned in the start of the show, there are so many of them climbing up on the trees. I've got one tree out front, in front of the house, and you can actually hear like the pop. I don't know if it's the shells actually popping open or their legs crawling up the trees, but there's just an incredible number. They're coming out en masse now for sure. And out of Washington, D.C., they're big, clumsy, and harmless to humans. No means to bite or sting. And they're taking over the DMV, thanks to the rise in temperatures. Yeah, with these 90-degree days, you've seen the soil warming up. They're coming. If they could talk, they're like, all right, you guys going to the party? I'm going to the party. Well, I'll just wait, because if you come out first, the chance of getting eaten is so high. So they try to come out all together. And it's a party that they've been waiting 17 years to attend. Of course, once they make their way up the tree, that's when the music begins. The males will start singing. The females are going to start wing flapping. That's when they're getting it on up in the trees. But that is only the beginning of the process. The adults, once they mate and they breed and she lays eggs, they do die. They'll be falling out of trees. And that's where people are like, oh, cicadas are falling. But you just move them to the base of the tree. They're a nice nitrogen source after they decay, and that's just fine. So you don't have to like sweep them up and put them in the trash. The entire process would be over by the end of June. The next generation waits another 17 years for the process to begin once again. Yeah, now's the time to take it all in, even if you have some hesitation. A lot of people don't like bugs, but insect empathy. We should love bugs. Over 30% of our crops are pollinated by insects, so we should be in tune with them. I think they're downright fascinating. I'll step out. Every time I step outside, I'm going over to the tree, and when the sun goes down, get the flashlight out there, just watching them climbing the trees. Turbo hasn't had any interest in eating them yet. He's sniffed around on a few of them, but hasn't consumed any, so that's a good thing. She had the story last week that some dogs like to eat everything. And if you got one of those kind of dogs, you're going to have to limit their time outdoors. You got to pay attention, because if they eat too many, it can actually, the hard shells will impact their intestines. It could cut their intestines. It can lead to internal bleeding. It could actually kill them, but they consume enough of them. All right, speaking of space, the final frontier, the new space race is on. It's a relaunch following the news that Russia is going to send an actor and director to the International Space Station this October, apparently. The ambition of making the first ever feature film actually in space. Scheduled to begin their expedition on October 5th of this year. While on the space station, they could encounter some fellow filmmakers, in one Tom Cruise and the director Doug Liman, who are also due to travel there in October to make a movie. How's that going to work out? Now, the exact date of Tom Cruise's blast-off has not been revealed, but the departure of the Russians in the first few days of the month suggests they intend to beat us to the punch. Russia was first reported to be mounting a rival production last year, shortly after the plans were confirmed last summer that Tom Cruise was going to go to the space station. He'll be 59 at the time of his mission to go into low Earth orbit, backed by NASA and Elon Musk. They had a casting announcement back in November from the Russian Space Agency. Said they were searching for a real superhero to go to the stars, and at the same time become a big international star. Potential candidates for the female lead in the film needed to be between 25 and 40 years old, a Russian citizen, to weigh between 50 and 70 kilograms, and have a chest girth of up to 112 centimeters. They're saying they want a woman with a bust. Is that what they were saying? Okay. Additionally, she must be able to run 1 kilometer in 3.5 minutes or less, swim 800 meters freestyle in 20 minutes, and dive from a 3-meter springboard with an impressive technique. Previous acting experience not required. Oh, there you go. They announced the candidate, a 36-year-old apparently, and the director is a 37-year-old. They'll undergo training, centrifuge tests, flights in zero gravity, starting no later than the 1st of June. So that they may be starting that this week, as a matter of fact. The race to be the first feature film recorded in space. How cool is that? All right, we'll get back to your calls just ahead here. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Following the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas, the focus is beginning to shift to finding ways to prevent future violence. Secretary of State Antony Blinken will head to the Middle East this week to open talks to try to strengthen the current ceasefire and lay out a path forward. Speaking to ABC's This Week, Blinken reaffirmed that the White House believes the long-term goal should be a two-state solution.
President Biden's been very clear that he remains committed to a two-state solution. Look, ultimately, it is the only way to ensure Israel's future as a Jewish and democratic state, and of course the only way to give the Palestinians the state to which they're entitled. That's where we have to go. But that, I don't think, is something for necessarily for today.
And 14 people were killed Sunday after a cable car accident in Italy. Authorities say the car fell nearly 50 feet as it was transporting passengers from the resort town of Stresa up a nearby mountain. You're listening to USA Radio News.
If your loved one has passed away due to COVID-19, pay close attention to this message. You could be entitled to a death benefit of over $300,000. The U.S. government has set up a fund to pay families relief if they've lost a loved one due to COVID-19. We know this is a hard time for you, and this fund has been set up by the federal government to help ease your pain. The compensation includes a death benefit and lost wages benefit. Time is limited, so we urge you to make a free phone call right now. There's no cost to you for this claim. All legal fees are only covered once you receive your money. So if you've lost a loved one due to COVID-19, call the legal helpline right now to find out if you qualify for a cash award. Here's our number: 800-923-9018, 800-923-9018, 800-923-9018. That's 800-923-9018. Paid for by the IPG Law Group.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta Mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in two thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Let me see here. Here a few days ago, Tucker Carlson on Fox News. He asked the question that no one's really allowed to ask for whatever reason. How many Americans have died after taking the COVID shot? If you haven't paid attention, the answer to this verboten or forbidden question may shock you, he points out. That vaccines have been shown to be generally safe, citing statistics on how many Americans have died after the seasonal influenza vaccine in recent years. Every year, more than 165 million Americans supposedly get the flu shot. And according to what they call the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System, VAERS for short, there were 85 reported deaths following influenza vaccination in 2017, 119 in 18, 203 in 2019. How do those rates compare to the death rates from the coronavirus vaccine, he asks. The answer is there's really no comparison. Between mid-December of 2020, when the first shots rolled out, and April the 23rd, at which point somewhere between 95 and 100 million had received their COVID shots, there were 3,544 reported deaths following COVID vaccination. Now, that's 182 more deaths than cited by Carlson. VAERS had also received 12,618 reports of serious adverse events. In total, 118,902 adverse event reports have been filed. So if, like Carlson estimates, about 30 people per day are dying from the shots. Carlson also cites data from an investigation by the Department of Health and Human Services, which found that the VAERS catches a mere 1% of vaccine injuries, primarily because it's a passive system and reports are filed voluntarily. Most people never log on to say their adverse reactions. Many people don't even know it exists or that they can file a report. And most doctors won't file reports when injuries are brought to their attention because the medical system doesn't reward At most, 10% of vaccine side effects are ever reported to the system, according to a study and the BMJ. What this means is side effects may actually be 10 times or 100 times higher than reported. In reality, we could be looking at anywhere from 126,000 to 1.2 million serious side effects, and anywhere from 35,440 up to 354,000 vaccine-related deaths. While Tucker refuses to speculate about what the actual death toll might be, he does stress that what we're seeing is clearly out of the norm by a tremendous margin. In 4 months' time, the vaccines have killed more people than all available vaccines combined from mid-1997 to the end of 2013, a period of 15 and a half years. That's why there's a lot of people that are still hesitant. Most stunning is that thousands of deaths and serious reactions are receiving no attention whatsoever. In 1976, the U.S. government vaccinated an estimated 45 million people against the pandemic swine flu at the time. The campaign was canceled after 53 people died. 53. Authorities decided the vaccine was too risky to continue. And now authorities are shrugging off more than 3,500 confirmed deaths that they say it may just be coincidental or it's inconsequential. 53 people died. Authorities decided that it was time to discontinue the program. I mean, this is 70 times more deaths than the swine flu vaccine, which they stopped. If this isn't what they call insanity on steroids, tell me what is. Now, this doesn't include the deaths of thousands and potentially tens of thousands of miscarriages, which is becoming recognized as a possible complication. April of 2021, the New England Journal of Medicine said miscarriage was the most common condition reported after a COVID vaccine, and there's probably a lot of underreporting of pregnancy and neonatal-specific adverse events connected to the vaccine. But rather than posting that vaccine may cause a miscarriage, health officials simply urged to continue monitoring the issue. In the European Union, they have pretty much the same. They've got a system that they say suspected drug reactions are reported. As of April 17, they had received 320,000 injury reports after vaccination, and one of the 4 available COVID vaccines, where they're using Moderna, Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson, and AstraZeneca, 7,766 deaths. Of those, they say the Pfizer injection accounted for the largest number of deaths, 4,293, followed by Moderna, 2,094, AstraZeneca, 1,360, and Johnson & Johnson with just 19. Wow. The most commonly reported injuries were cardiac-related problems and blood clots, blood disorders. Okay, so just it's interesting data, but it's almost like you're not allowed to ask that question. As you said, you're not allowed to ask how many people have died. Is there a risk? Now, according to the, quote, experts, it's very safe. You draw your own conclusions. How about that? Hello there, Fly Rod.
Greetings and salutations, Mr. Sommers. How are you today?
I'm doing all right. Had a good weekend. Back to the old grind here. Happy Monday.
Yeah, that's right. Happy Monday to you. And Steve, as I'm looking at you on the TV there, you you combed your hair and you're sitting up in your straight, just nice and straight there, and you're wearing a very patriotic shirt. You look very professional. So me and all the listening audience want to give you a great big thank you for taking on a chin for the team.
You got it. Good to be here.
Well, Steve, I'm calling you live this morning. This is not a pre-recorded message. I have a timely issue we need to discuss this morning, a situation, as our dear friend the Eagle would say. Well, Steve, first of all, I think the heat wave and his co-driver must have made a pass through Georgia this weekend, because it's been a heat wave down here all weekend. It was downright hot, and it's going to be that way for a while, it looks like. And, I haven't seen one daggone cicada. Not one. I ain't seen no more cicadas than I've seen houseflies hardly. There's nothing down here. Nothing in the state of Georgia. Or at least down here in the area I'm in. Now I'm hearing that they're further north, up there in your old neck of the woods, up around Dalton and LJ and further north. But down here where I'm at, there ain't one. There ain't nothing. So getting very discouraged, so to speak. So me and the heat wave have come up with a proposition. And since the big goose is so full of cash and he's such a successful business owner and his owner-operator, we've decided that I need every listening member of the audience out here to listen closely to what I'm going to tell you, because this is breaking news. So what we've decided to do, me and Heatwave, was we've decided at F&H Enterprises, that's Foxtrot Hotel, Fly Rod and Heatwave, the fabulous wrestling duo of Smash and Crash, the Road Warrior team, we'd like each and every driver, look, Steve, we're going all out on this. We want every driver to have their own wet and dry vacuum cleaner. So what we want you to do is go to your nearest Lowe's or Home Depot or Walmart. We prefer Home Depot, preferably because they do give military discounts to veterans, and many of our members of the listening audience are veterans such as myself. So we want you to go to Home Depot, get yourself a wet and dry vac, and just charge it to the Big Goose's account. Just tell them, I want to charge this to Big Goose's account, and they'll let you walk right on out the door. So do that today. And we want you to go home right away and get on your hands and knees and suck up every daggum cicada you can find. Go get under your cars, get into trees, under the trees, get in the dog's house, get into just go out in the woods, as a matter of fact, folks. Times are hard now. We need them cicadas. And so suck them things up, bag them up, put them in Walmart bags, bread bags, whatever, and just sip them off to the heat wave. And we're going to process them right away.
Okay.
And another thing, Mr. Steve Sommers, another thing. That big goose didn't no more show up down here to the state of Georgia to have a friendly wrestling match than the Man in the Moon. Yeah, we fried up some fresh apple-flavored cicada fritters for him and some iced tea waiting on him, and he didn't no more show up than the Man in the Moon. So my assumption was right. The big goose is nothing more than a My Little Pony. I think he lost the gumption and the nerve and the will.
Mm-hmm.
So, see, when you talk to him the next time, Heatwave says he ain't nothing more than a sack of farts, and I think I agree. But, Steve, you have a great day, and I'll be listening, and I appreciate you taking my call.
All right. Good luck with those cicadas, man. That's all I can tell you. What are we looking at? It is 844-3388. And you know what I see? I neglected to do my phone reset. And we got 2 minutes. So let's take care of that. And we'll be set to roll to the end of the program here on a Monday morning. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced System Shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue DEF Platinum. The best just got better.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com. How about that? First time. One shot, and it actually connected. To which we have wide open lines at 844-844-3388. Yeah, what do they think of next? Scientists believe that a new groundbreaking toilet, the smart toilet, that takes photographs of your, well, you know, could be a game changer for millions of people and your health. Yes, your toilet will actually examine your droppings with an algorithm and warn your doctor of any problems to help keep you healthy. The innovative device could potentially enable millions of people who unknowingly live with bowel cancer to get treatment. The technology can be fitted within the pipe system of an existing toilet, and it snaps a photo of your stool when you pull the flush to send it on its merry way. A computer algorithm is then able to determine if it is loose, normal, constipated, whether there's blood present in the stool, as well as helping diagnose potentially deadly bowel cancer. The technology can help with conditions like irritable bowel syndrome, inflammatory bowel disease, IBD. It is estimated around 2 in 10 people have irritable bowel syndrome and suffer at least 6 episodes per year. All right, typically gastroenterologists have to rely on a patient's self-reporting information about any issues, which can be very unreliable. Patients often can't remember what their stool looks like or how often they have a movement, which is part of the standard monitoring process, they tell us. Smart technology, snapping photos of your flush. How about that? Well, if it diagnoses an individual who maybe does indeed have bowel cancer, that would be a good thing, right? Saving lives. All right, what's she up to now? AOC. I mean, we should have seen this coming. The news didn't last long in the cycle, but it deserved more attention. We don't need an army of indoctrinated global warming zealots lecturing us, harassing us over our insignificant carbon dioxide emissions. We should be aware of what our superiors in Washington want to unleash on us. Our superiors. Oh, yeah? As reported by Fox News, Representative AOC and other progressive lawmakers are calling for the creation of a 1.5 million strong group of civilians to work on federally funded projects addressing climate change. That's the Green New Deal. This $10 billion show, which President Biden wants as part of his infrastructure plan, will be called the Civilian Climate Corps. The foot soldiers will be trained to work with community groups on projects intended to reduce carbon emissions and enable a transition to renewable energy, build healthier, more resilient communities, implement conservation projects with proven climate benefits, and help communities recover from climate disasters. You can only imagine what the so-called training of the members are going to be. They're not going to be learning the Boy Scouts oath, studying the great work of the founders of this country, or pledging to uphold the Constitution. They will be told that human activity is overheating the planet, that American and Western lifestyles are unsustainable, and we have to be reeled in by the government. That environmental injustices have to be rectified by policies that will hurt the middle and lower class, that the only way to stop this global warming will be the enactment of the Democrats' socialist wish list legislative agenda. By the time they're, quote, trained, the agitators will be armed with much pseudoscience, so much pseudoscience and Marxist ideology that they will be rabid fanatics, actively looking to trample over anyone who disagrees with them. It's too far off to imagine roving gangs demanding public displays of allegiance, kind of in the way that Black Lives Matter militants forced ordinary Americans to raise their fist in solidarity with that movement. Will we find them publicly heckling? Or worse, pickup truck and SUV drivers picketing in front of large homes and blocking driveways, badgering anyone who dares eat red meat in restaurants? Worse than that, taxpayers will fund the activities. These core members will be paid at least $15 an hour, enjoy health care and other benefits. Apparently, they'll also be provided with child care, $25,000 to go toward educational debt, and $50,000 for additional schooling. Okay. Socialism. It's coming. Yes, Steve, thanks for dialing us back up here.
Hey, that sounds like the Bernie Sanders manifesto, doesn't it?
It does. Yep.
Yeah, carbon copy. The Sanders-Elizabeth Warren manifesto. Some sick stuff. You know, this climate change BS that they're trying to throw, Steve, all it is a diversion. You know, just like the racism narrative. It's a diversion from what they're really trying to do. It's sickening. These people are so smug that they actually think that they can control what they can do with this planet. I mean, this planet's been around for, 4 billion years. I think they say something like that.
Mm-hmm.
All the stuff that's been this planet has gone through, ice ages and asteroids and meteors and volcanoes, earthquakes, still around after 4 billion years. The Industrial Revolution started, 150 years ago? So in 150 years, they think that we've destroyed this planet, that we're going to destroy. We only got 10 years till the earth floods, and 10 years till there's drought, and 10 years. I think Al Gore was preaching this crap 20 years ago.
Yep.
It's all fake. Just like the media, it's all fake. It's unbelievable, Steve. These reprobates, like I talked about in Congress, AOC and this squad, like that Tlaib. You saw what she did when Joe Biden went to Michigan, right, to talk to the auto workers union. She confronted them on the tarmac and got in his face.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see that?
Yep, sure did.
Steve, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Schumer, Pelosi, Sanders, they're all scared of these people. They're scared of them. They will not stand up to them. There's only certain Republican senators and congressmen that will stand up to them. People are afraid to speak. That's the problem. So the spokes idiot for the idiot on Friday afternoon said there was a reporter that asked a question to Psaki. What did Joe Biden say to her? How does he feel about Tlaib?
Mm-hmm.
And Joe Biden said he was impressed with her ideas. He is impressed with a neo-Nazi, a Marxist, someone who supports Hamas, someone who's a spokesperson for Hamas in the U.S. Congress, an anti-Semite, a Jew hater. Joe Biden is impressed with that. I'm telling you, Steve, these are some sick individuals. Did you ever think that you would see this kind of thing go on in the USA?
Nope.
In your lifetime?
Not in this country, no.
No. I mean, I'm going to be 64 years old, and I've never seen any kind of crap like this. Never. It's just unbelievable. Talking about that swine flu. Steve, back in 1976, I joined the military in January '76. Got shipped to Fort Dix, New Jersey. That's where I did my first 8 weeks of basic training.
Mm-hmm.
And they put you through the line with the shotgun. You know, they one on each arm. They got a gun, and boom, boom, boom. They just shoot you with whatever kind of shot they were giving us. I don't know, vaccine this, vaccine that. Well, one of the vaccines we got was the swine flu vaccine. So we were kind of the guinea pigs, no pun intended, for the swine flu.
Mm-hmm.
And there were some soldiers that died on that base in 1976. They were the first deaths of that vaccine. I remember it vividly, even though it was over 40 years ago. So yeah, when you had talked about that, because a lot of people think the swine flu was during the Obama administration, which it was. It was a different strand, but the original swine flu was back in 75, 76. But we were some of the first U.S. troops to get that vaccine. And it was experimental. It wasn't on the market that long, kind of like this stuff we got now.
Mm-hmm.
So, but couple of guys brought up, I think it was Flyman, this white supremacist stuff. Steve, the thing I want to bring up, and I hope people get this and they start listening a little more closely to these Democrats. Everything that the Democrats, and I'm sure you've heard this, everything that the Democrats say about us is what they are doing, is what they are. They call Donald Trump a Nazi. They are the Nazis. They called Donald Trump a racist. They are the racists. They called Donald Trump a Jew hater. They are the Jew haters. They called us, what, trying to suppress the vote? Well, who's cheating at the ballot box? We're not trying to suppress the vote. I mean, everything that they talk about, the racism, the white supremacists, that's what they are. That's not what we are. That's what they are. So everything that they say, they are the ones that are doing it. So basically, accuse your opponent of what your plan is, of what you are doing. And you'll notice it all during the Russia collusion. You know, they talked about Ukraine with Donald Trump and how he was in bed with Ukraine. It wasn't Donald Trump. It was the Bidens. How Donald Trump was in bed with Putin. It wasn't Donald Trump. It's Joe Biden and the party.
Hasn't that been their narrative for many, many years? Accuse your opposition of what you're doing to take the attention off of you.
Exactly. So when your listeners hear anything that the Democrats are spouting, you know, that you're a white supremacist, you're a racist, no. Did you see those videos of those Jews being run down in the streets, beaten, chased by automobiles in Manhattan, in New York?
Haven't seen the video, but I heard that was going on.
Steve, it's disgusting. It's sickening. They are now hunting down Jews in New York City to threaten them, to beat them. Innocent people that have nothing to do with anything, just living their life, trying to be a good American, a Jewish American. They're hunting them down. Now, I'm wondering if they're waving a Palestinian flag from their pickup trucks. Here's the thing, Steve. They're dressed like Antifa. Their faces are covered. So I got to wonder, are they Arabs? Are they really Palestinians? Or are they Antifa? That's what I'd like to know.
Good question.
Because they're using the same tactics. And you know what the DOJ said about it? Nothing. I think they arrested one person. You know what Joe Biden said about it? Nothing. Harris, nothing. Schumer, nothing. Nothing about it on the news. That they're hunting down Jews in the streets. Can you imagine if we put on our sheets and got our torches and started hunting down black people in the streets? What would happen? I mean, it's just, I don't know, Steve. Every day, it's just more sickening. There's going to be millions and even blacks, Mexicans, Asians, and whites. We're not going to stand for this. People that believe in America and believe in freedom and don't believe in racism or systemic racism. There's going to be millions and millions of people taken to the streets about this. You know, we have to stand up and fight. We really do. Because we're going to lose this country. There's no doubt about it. And I'm sorry for going over your news break, Steve, but just wanted to bring those points out.
That's not.
I appreciate your time.
Not a problem whatsoever. And yeah, we'll take care of that. Hey, a couple weeks ago, we had talked about the potential impacts of a major solar storm. How many things would be shut down? Yeah, the impacts potentially to the power grid, to GPS devices, well, which could go down for extended periods of time. You know, according to the headline, the sun is back. It has awakened. Solar storms are back. And on May the 22nd, there was a sunspot that unleashed a sequence of solar flares unlike anything we've seen in years. Quite a few years. In only 24 hours' time, NASA's Solar Dynamics Observatory recorded 10 C-class flares and 2 M-class flares in rapid succession. These hurled multiple overlapping CMAs, coronal mass ejections, into space. And according to NOAA's models, a combined CME will hit the Earth's magnetic field during the late hours of May 25th, which is Tuesday evening, by the way, potentially sparking G2-class geomagnetic storms. Give you more on that coming up here. Right now, though, yes, we got to take care of a news update, after which we will come back for our final hour. As always, our number is 844-844-3388. And I'm downloading the news update. I had neglected to do that as well. So real quick, let me explain that, as they said, during that frenzy on May the 22nd, the sun emitted what they called a shortwave radio burst, so loud that it actually drowned out lightning static from a severe local thunderstorm. Thomas Ashcraft, who recorded the noisy signal using a radio telescope in rural New Mexico. According to from spaceweather.com, he has a 100-second sample of the sounds that emerged from his loudspeaker. The radio burst coincided with an M1.4 class solar flare. That an M class, that's getting bigger. This was a very hot, dynamic flare for sure. All right. With that, we will return after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Following the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas, the focus is beginning to shift to finding ways to prevent future violence. Secretary of State Antony Blinken will head to the Middle East this week to open talks to try to strengthen the current ceasefire and lay out a path forward. Speaking to ABC's This Week, Blinken reaffirmed that the White House believes the long-term goal should be a two-state solution.
President Biden's been very clear that he remains committed to a two-state solution. Look, ultimately, it is the only way to ensure Israel's future as a Jewish and democratic state, and of course the only way to give the Palestinians the state to which they're entitled. That's where we have to go. But that, I don't think, is something for necessarily for today.
And 14 people were killed Sunday after a cable car accident in Italy. Authorities say the car fell nearly 50 feet as it was transporting passengers from the resort town of Stresa up a nearby mountain. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Rockstar Radio. Did you know this station, this network, is looking for their next rock star broadcaster? That's right, we are. And it could be you. It could be you interviewing the guests, talking to the newsmakers right in the middle of everything. Have you ever dreamed of being a rock star show host? Now could be your chance. Together with this station, we'll help you with everything you need. The studios, the equipment, your own producer, a co-host if you'd like, and so much more. Broadcasting is changing. There's never been a need for fresh voices and unique opinions like there is right now. You can do this. Our professional team will guide you every step of the way. Sound effects, show content, building your social network media, and everything you need to be the next rockstar broadcaster. Get all the details. Email bill@rockstar.today. That's bill@rockstar.today to get started with your own show. Email bill@rockstar.today. That's bill@rockstar.today. Don't wait. You could be the next voice for America. Email bill@rockstar.today.
Movie theaters are the latest businesses to reopen after months of shutdown because of the pandemic, with many operating at reduced capacities and enforcing social distancing rules. One former health official says that people will have to begin to take their own steps to protect themselves in the next stage of the pandemic as more of the country opens up. Former FDA Commissioner Dr. Scott Gottlieb tells CBS's Face the Nation that people will now need to make individual assessments of their risk regarding the virus.
If you're unvaccinated, you're going to be at higher risk. If you're in a high prevalence area where there's still a lot of infection, you're going to be at higher risk. If you have a pre-existing medical condition, that could put you at higher risk because you're either immunocompromised because of medicine you might be on, or you have a risk factor like heart disease or lung disease, you're going to be at higher risk as well. So I think people need to make individual assessments of their risk as they make judgments about what they should and shouldn't be doing, like wearing a mask in an indoor setting, and also judging the setting. If it's a sort of crowded setting with a very mixed population, you don't know a lot of the people, that's different than getting together in a household where a lot of people are vaccinated.
This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
A bipartisan group of lawmakers have made a counter-proposal to President Biden's massive infrastructure bill. Jeremy Scott reports.
A bipartisan group of senators have introduced a $303 billion surface transportation bill in opposition to the Biden administration's $2.25 trillion infrastructure proposal. Senior White House advisor Cedric Richmond tells CNN State of the Union.
Well, I think the president coming down $550 billion off of his initial proposal, I think shows the willingness to negotiate in good faith, and in a serious manner. And the real question is whether the Republicans will meet the effort that the president is showing.
The group of senators from the Senate Environment and Public Works Committee introduced a bill that would reauthorize the Department of Transportation funding for highways, roads, and bridges, which is due to expire in September. From the USA Radio News Oregon Bureau, I'm Jeremy Scott.
And Michigan's governor has issued an apology after being caught violating her own health orders. Governor Gretchen Whitmer was photographed at an East Lansing bar, apparently violating her social distancing order. Whitmer apologized on Sunday, saying that because everyone in her group was vaccinated, she hadn't thought twice when 2 tables were pushed together to accommodate the growing group. Whitmer is one of several governors who have faced severe backlash over their COVID restrictions. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Back at it for that final hour here. Yeah, I was talking about the sun is back here a few days ago. Millions of tons of superheated gas shot off the surface of the sun, hurtled 90 million miles toward the Earth. Yeah, the eruption, a coronal mass ejection, wasn't particularly powerful on the space weather scale. But when it hit the Earth's magnetic field, it did trigger the strongest geomagnetic storm in years. Yeah, there wasn't much disruption this time, but few people probably even knew it happened. But this is a reminder the sun has woken from a years-long slumber. While invisible and harmless to anyone on the Earth's surface, the geomagnetic waves unleashed by solar storms can cripple power grids, jam radio communications, bathe airline crews in dangerous levels of radiation, and actually knock critical satellites off kilter. The sun started a new 11-year cycle last year. Reaches its peak in 2025. The specter of powerful space weather creating havoc for humans continues to grow, threatening chaos in a world that's become even more reliant on technology since the last big storms hit 17 years ago. There was a recent study suggesting we need to harden the power grid. That could lead to $27 billion worth of benefits to U.S. power industry. According to the Special Assistant to President Joe Biden and Senior Director of Resilience and Response to the National Security Council, he said, it's still remarkable to me the number of people and companies who think that space weather is Hollywood fiction. The danger is not hypothetical. In 2017, a solar storm caused ham radios to turn to static, just as the Category 5 Hurricane Irma was ripping through the Caribbean. In 2015, solar storms knocked out global positioning systems in the U.S. Northeast, a particular concern as self-driving cars become a reality. Airline pilots at greater risk of developing cataracts when solar storms hit. Female crews see higher rates of miscarriage. March of 1989, a solar storm over Quebec caused a province-wide outage that lasted 9 hours. A 2017 paper in the Journal of the American Geophysics Union predicted blackouts caused by severe space weather could strike as much as 66% of the U.S. population, translating to economic losses reaching potential $41.5 billion per day. Now, to head off that sort of a catastrophe, they started raising awareness of the dangers of massive solar storms. Last year, President Donald Trump signed the Pro-SWIFT bill into law, aimed at building up technology to improve forecasting and measurement of space weather events. There's debate among scientists about how much can be done to shield vulnerable parts of our infrastructure from the effects of solar storms. Steps like using non-magnetic steel and transformers and installing more surge protectors in the grid could bolster some of our resistance, but in the end, the best defense would be better forecasting. That would go a long way toward helping utilities prepare for shortages and make sure that there are paths to back up the system in the event they lose power. In a matter of weeks, a new model developed by the University of Michigan will come online to help to improve earthbound forecasting. In the UK, the national grid there is building up their supply of spare transformers, and they're conducting regular drills to deal with a major space weather event. Within the past 15 years, both the U.S. and UK have built space weather forecasting centers that deliver daily outlooks on what may be coming from the sun for airlines, power grids, satellite owners, and anyone threatened by solar flares. While these earthbound observers can see explosive storms erupt on the sun, they can't tell the true nature of the threat, exactly how potent it is, until the blast reaches a set of satellites 1 million miles from the planet, at which point there is approximately 60 to 90 minutes until it hits the Earth. That's not a lot of lead time, is it? Just as utilities can prepare for a severe thunderstorm, staging repair workers nearby, similar precautions could be taken ahead of a solar storm. You have the potential for very large areas to have voltage instability. Situational awareness is going to be the key here, just like in terrestrial weather events. But it's that 11-year cycle that shifts the polarity of the sun's magnetic field. The magnetic forces at work on the sun get tangled during the process and punch through the surface, sending the sun's plasma into outer space, potentially triggering storms here on Earth. We talked about several weeks ago the most powerful storm ever recorded, the 1859 Carrington event. Telegraph lines electrified, zapping operators, setting offices on fire in North America and Europe. If a storm of that magnitude were to hit today, it would cut power to millions, if not billions, of people. Prowse said, when I first started on this road and was briefed on space weather, I raised an eyebrow. This is much more mainstream, and some of the mystification is gone. You can now talk about the risk and not get laughed at. I guess there was a time people thought, oh, don't worry about it. All right, Horse Feathers, what's on your mind?
Morning, Your Honor. The more you say, the more interesting the show becomes.
Yeah.
So can you imagine thinking about when we were down there with the cruise there, we did our 4 stops there. We did St. Martin, St. Kitts, Grand Turk, and, Puerto Rico. And it had been, 2 years since the hurricanes had gone through and ravished Puerto Rico and their electric grid system that was maintained by 2 guys and a sheepdog in Colorado.
Yeah.
anyways, can you imagine what would happen if this, like electric storm, magnetic pulse, and all that goes through? How far would that set something like Puerto Rico or the Dominican Republic or probably all these Central American countries that all are, illegal aliens are coming from? Can you say that yet? Can you still say illegal aliens?
It would take their power grids completely offline. I mean, hell, like you're saying, it could take some of much of our grid offline, and that's I've shared today years ago talking about, as Pappy mentioned, those massive transformers we have. We don't have backups, and it would take years to make them, and until they're made, we're out of juice.
Yeah. Hey, all we need is a little cold weather. I mean, the turbines in the wind generators can't go, and Texas goes offline. I mean, just a little cold weather. Can imagine what will happen now with hot weather.
Yeah.
But anyways, hey, you were talking about that toilet bowl cam. Can you imagine? I don't know if you had it out in your area there, but we were talking beer before on the channel there, and the Big Moose there came up with a brand called Blatz there. Up in upstate New York, we had Genesee beer. Did Genesee beer ever make its way out there to the Ohio Valley?
I heard of it, but I don't know that I ever saw it. Definitely never drank one.
Well, they used to have a beer called Genesee Cream Ale.
Yep.
And you'd have that, and you'd be out there eating your hot wings or whatever, and then in the morning there, we used to call it, you get the Jenny Screamers. Can you imagine what that toilet bowl cam would say when it sees the Jenny Screamers come flying at it? Oh, anyways, I guess because good thing this is the longest hour we can put that kind of talk in here, right?
The camera would say somebody had a Schlitz.
Yeah, you ain't getting there. Don't step and slip in the Schlitz. But anyway, no, it's kind of interesting, and is there any truth that this cycle of the sun cycle of this 11 years overlapping with the cicada cycle every 17 years, is there anything that's going to cause that to be worse at all because of that? And I don't know. So the one question I have about the cicadas now the cicadas came out of the ground, correct?
Yes, they
climbed up the trees and hatched on their way up the trees.
Mm-hmm.
And then they mate in the trees, and the females lay their eggs in the trees.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
How do cicadas get in the ground?
Well, after they lay their eggs they cut little slits like in the bottom of the tree. They lay their eggs in those little slits. And when they hatch, they drop down into the grass, and I guess they're little itty-bitty things at the time. They burrow down about a foot deep, something like that. That's where they spend 17 years burrowed back down on the ground.
Okay. I was just, I missed the part of how they get from being eggs in the trees to being in the ground. But okay, well, that explains that then. Nice, just inquiring minds, sometimes you miss you miss one minute of the show, and it could just affect a complete lifetime there. And I don't know what's the deal with turning the International Space Station into the next Hollywood or whatever the silver screen people are in Russia. Well, what's up with that? I thought this was supposed to be for bettering human life and exploring and all that. Is making movies. I don't know. This is to the point now. I don't even want to see a movie. I know you're a big fan of the silver screen, and you like collecting all those DVDs and VHS, and I don't know what else. Did you keep them on reel to reel? Did they put them on? Did you get the big reels there and have your own projector at one time?
No, sir, I did not.
But now it's just I don't know. It's just we got a lot of public money, that taxpayer money that went to put all that stuff up there, and and to be sending people up just to be using it as a commercial venture to make their own profit doesn't seem like the right thing to be doing with that. And but I don't know. Maybe we can get them up there when the electronic magnetic pulse comes through there. What is there any chance of anything being bothered up there? You know, all your satellites and the space station and all that stuff that's floating around up there, or can we lose communication with that, the Hubble telescope, and have problems with that come crashing back to the surface of the Earth?
If you get a powerful enough eruption from the sun, yeah, it could take all that, a lot of things down.
Yeah. So anyway, I guess while we're walking around, we better. What did Casey Kasem used to say that? Or did he just say reach for the stars? Maybe we need to start looking up at the stars, make sure we're watching for what's raining down on us here pretty quick.
Yeah.
Never know what might be happening. So anyways, hey, as everybody else says, I'm running over your break time. Look, get to that hard break. It's the bottom of the hour.
Okay, we'll take care of that. Yeah, that means news break time. Thank you for the reminder there, Horse Feathers. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken will head to the Middle East this week for talks to try and strengthen the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. He tells ABC's This Week that the White House's quiet diplomacy efforts helped take the first step needed to end the conflict.
It was critical to get to the ceasefire, and President Biden's focus on relentless, determined, but quiet diplomacy is what got us to where we needed to be, which is to get the violence ended as quickly as possible, to stop more human suffering, and to at least put ourselves in a position to make a turn, to make a pivot, to building something more positive. That has to start now.
And 14 people were killed Sunday after a cable car accident in Italy. Authorities say the car fell nearly 50 feet as it was transporting passengers from the resort town of Stresa up a nearby mountain. At least one child is among the dead. Another, an Israeli national, is hospitalized and in critical condition. Investigators are still searching for the cause of the accident. This is USA Radio News.
Do you need to sell your home? If you've sold a home before, you remember how stressful and expensive it was. Sold.com is here to help you sell your home for the most money and with the least amount of stress. There are new ways to sell your home that you've never heard of before. Did you know there are companies who'll offer you cash for your home? Did you know you could trade in your home for a new one? Did you know there are realtors who'll sell your home for a flat fee instead of an expensive commission? It's true. Sold.com services are free. So if you're looking to sell, make this free phone call right now and learn how your next home sale can be faster and easier than you ever thought possible. Pick up your cell phone and call right now. 800-990-3125. 800-990-3125. 800-990-3125. Again, that's 800-990-3125.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdoc.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Now, recall the discussions Friday morning, I believe it was, talking about Chicago's mayor, the racist Chicago mayor. Yeah, believe it or not, even the former Democrat presidential candidate, Representative Tulsi Gabbard, called her out for being an anti-white racist. And she's standing by it, saying she would only speak with journalists of color, not talking to whites. So what did Tulsi have to say? In a Twitter post Friday, quote, Mayor Lightfoot's blatant anti-white racism is abhorrent. I call upon President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris and other leaders of our country of all races to join me in calling for Mayor Lightfoot's resignation. Our leaders must condemn all racism, including anti-white. Chicago's journalist Marianne Ahern put out a post on Twitter claiming the first-term mayor was only granting one-on-one interviews to black and brown journalists. Whites need not apply. I ran to break up the status quo that's failing so many, says Lori Lightfoot. This isn't just in City Hall. It's a shame that in 2021, the City Hall press corps is overwhelmingly white in a city where more than half of the city identifies as Black, Latino, or Native American. All right, Chicago Tribune, a City Hall reporter said, I am a Latino reporter, Chicago Tribune, whose interview request was granted for today. However, I asked the mayor's office to lift its condition on others, and when they said no, we respectfully canceled. Politicians don't get to choose who covers them. Others actually supported her decision. The Tribe, a Chicago-based digital Black-oriented media platform, tweeted, with this outrage, you all are implying that Black and brown journalists aren't capable of asking the hard questions. Yeah, Gabbard's tweet actually drew criticism as well. Another writer responded in a tweet, there's no such thing as anti-white racism. There are no systemic or widely cultural barriers for white people that infringe on how we move through the world. This is silly as hell. So there's no such thing as anti-white racism. That's a new one on me. Let me see. According to the USA Today, a 2018 Pew Research Center analysis found 75% of newsroom employees were white. And reporters of color said they were shut out of getting high-profile interviews. Okay. Lori Lightfoot. Okay, but I didn't realize there's no such thing as anti-white racism. So how can you call it out? It doesn't exist. I apologize. Hey, real quick, back to the space weather thing. Yeah, when this next CME impact, again, it was a multiple overlap of literally a dozen solar flares in 24 hours. Yeah, some moved faster than others, but several of them could combine and could generate what they described as a G2 class geomagnetic storm. Just like hurricanes and tornadoes, you've got scales of G1 to G5. So a G2 magnitude, that would be considered a moderate solar storm. You could have some high latitude power system issues, minor communication issues, maybe aurora borealis visible as far south as like Indiana, New York, Idaho. Well, okay. Let me see. You step on up. You get to a G3 storm. Voltage corrections would be required for the grid, GPS issues, satellite disruption, mid-latitude auroras. The big one, what would be equivalent to the 1859 Carrington event, would be a G5 extreme solar storm, which would lead to power grid failure, major satellite failures, auroras visible to the Caribbean. In other words, auroras nearly visible all the way down to the equator. Wow. Yeah, I don't think I want to be around for that one. G5. This planet may not be a good place to live following a extreme geomagnetic storm. Guaranteed things would get very ugly. Let me see. Is this the rubber duck?
What are you doing, old man?
Hey there, playing radio.
Hey, did you get the chance to watch any of the race from Austin today? I know American Eagle said he was going down there.
I did not get to tune in. I missed
ground.
Yeah. Yeah,
it was a pretty good show, though.
Had a lot of rain, didn't they?
Yes, they did.
young Mr. Bush put on a good show yesterday, but our boy Chase came out today.
Yes.
Wound up winning.
A good day for Chase Elliott. I guess Dawsonville's probably a little bit of a celebratory mode, huh?
I think they might have run the siren. I think I have that phone number for the pool hall in my phone from when he won his first win.
Yeah.
I called them, and they didn't know he had won yet. But you're talking about this geostorm and all this. It actually happened, if you remember, because back in the day, we relied on two-way radios and pagers. We didn't have cell phones. We were just stepping into the pagers, and everything was on the 150 to 800 megahertz range.
Mm-hmm.
And we had a storm in the mid-80s, I want to say, and it knocked out two-way radio communication on the low bands for 4 or 5 days, and it paralyzed public service. So it is a scary thing to think about.
I'm looking here from spaceweather.com, and let's see. Last week, the one event that they recorded, the solar radio burst, they said the event was so intense that radio operators in the Arctic heard it at midnight. Said normally solar radio bursts can only be received during daylight hours. This one was different. The sun was just below the horizon at local midnight when the outburst occurred, and my instruments picked it up. Astronomers classify solar radio bursts in 5 types. Using his radio spectrograph, Ashcraft was able to determine which ones were present on that May the 22nd. It was a mixture of type 2 and type 5, he says. These are caused respectively by shock waves and electron beams moving through the sun's atmosphere in the aftermath of a strong storm. So probably saw.
So that was Saturday morning.
The radio burst. I guess the radio burst is detectable way before the plasma and all that reaches the Earth.
That's extremely interesting with all of us relying on so much technology and not going back to we were thinking about paper maps.
Mm-hmm.
I had to try to find a customer on Friday, and he had gotten off of Highway 30, but he was on a country road, but he really couldn't tell me where he was at. And the only way I could find the guy, I said, "Do you have Google Maps?" "Yes." "Do me a favor. Take a look where you're at right now and see your little dot and take a picture of it and text it to me." And when he sent it to me, I was able to find him within about 10 minutes. But it's that is how much different that we have come in just 10 years on relying on technology to do things. But anyway, well, I don't know how many days it is to Christmas. I know it's getting close to the top of the hour, but thank you for keeping us awake. I had to go unlock somebody's car at about 1 a.m. I ain't been able to go back to bed since. But
okay.
It was a great show, and now I had to give her a break. She was a waitress at a local steakhouse in the other town, and their 24-hour towing companies apparently aren't 24 hours. So that's why we do what we do, right, brother?
Yep, that's it. Well, thank you so much, Rubber Duck. Have a good morning. Yeah, the guy that recorded that solar radio burst, he said, "I was recording audio at 22 megahertz and 21 megahertz. My radio spectrograph was operating from 30 megahertz down to 15 megahertz. Strong solar radio emissions were present on all frequencies." So I guess, for a period, I'm not sure how long it lasted. But yeah, pretty much your ham radio communications, I think, was pretty screwed with that at that particular hour. Fascinating stuff, huh? How about a critical race theory update? That's the talk of the town around the country. As more and more states mandate, Texas, I think, was the latest, that said it will not be taught in the state of Texas. Critical race theory, the racist doctrine that serves to lower the expectations people have of the black community, must be removed from the nation's schools, Representative Burgess Owens of Utah says, as she introduced legislation to reinstate former President Trump's ban against the curriculum coming into play in federal institutions. I've seen this before, she said. I grew up in the Deep South, in Tallahassee, Florida, in the days of the KKK, Jim Crow segregation, and the evil of hard bigotry. That was low expectations that I grew up around. He recalled when Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. and other civil rights leaders protested. They wore white shirts, dark ties, and suits. That's because they were overcoming the narrative of the hard Democratic left of that time, that blacks were not smart. They're not intelligent. They're not educated. They weren't able to control themselves. Those negative narratives are part of the process of trying to pull my race down. Obviously, he's black, Representative Burgess Owens. And critical race theory, or the idea that racism is something that's embedded in legal systems and policies, is not the product of individual biases or prejudices. It's more the same thing because it lowers this expectation for everybody. This is a very evil process, he added. And the curriculum is taught by bullies and cowards who hide behind labor unions. They hide behind school boards, so no one knows what they're doing. But over the past year, Owen said, parents started to recognize what was going on because their children were learning from home, and they realized our children are under attack. Owen said that his bill says critical race theory cannot be taught on the federal level, but still states must take it on themselves to make sure they're doing things on the local level to make the changes. We are under attack, and it is absolutely the opposite of the American way. They're teaching not what I was growing up with, the love of God, the love of country, the love of family, the respect for women and authority. They're telling us to hate everything I just mentioned. He also insisted Americans should not take apologies from the people involved. They can say, oh, I'm sorry, but guess what? They're going to try to get another way to get it done. The ideology is against everything we believe in. Do not give them any space to continue doing that. We've got to fire everyone, every one of them we can find. Let's see. Owens has come under some fire himself, but he said the great thing about the United States today is we don't care about people calling us names. They can continue to spend as much time as they want and energy, but at the end of the day, we the people are going to come together. The nation's children also need to grow up in a society that comes together. We cannot let this evil, that's what it is, this evil of racism to divide us. At the end of the day, we're going to be okay. So I'm okay with whatever they have to come at me with. There you go. Need more people like that willing to stand up, as you said. Got to come together. Going to have to fight it. If that means attending school board meetings, that's what we got to do. City council meetings, anywhere they're discussing, trying to implement the critical race theory in our children's schools. Hello, Knucklebuster.
Thanks for taking me back, Mr. Steve Sommers. Yeah, I grew up in a town that's named after Nathan Bedford Forrest. I know what racism is. I've seen a bunch of it. But that party we was at, There were white people, black people, Asian people. There was all kinds of people there, Steve. But you didn't see none of that garbage. They were all just good country people having a good time with each other and lifting that little pinky up there. So, I mean, you didn't see none of that garbage that you see everywhere else. But anyway, I'm just curious, Steve. Is Vladimir wanting a 38, 26, 38? Because I sure as hell didn't know what them centimeters were.
Yeah, 112 centimeters.
I don't know what size that he is, but I mean, I guess that's what he's wanting, right? 38, 26, 38. How many skinny dipping senoritas can you get in that 26-foot pool with you?
That's pretty good size.
Don't answer that question. We don't want you to get in trouble with that red head this morning there.
Yeah.
All right, slap this thing up against the dash and let's carry it on out of here and get on down the road there. Have a great morning, Mr. Steve Sommers.
Knucklebuster, as always, thanks for checking in. Okay, almost out of time here. You're right. We're about to wrap it up. I had one other tidbit from our industry headlines from, I believe, on Friday. From our friends at OOIDA. Where did I put that at? Oh, yeah, there it is. Republicans in the House of Representatives did release their proposal for a highway bill that would authorize $400 billion over 5 years for transportation programs. The Starter Act 2.0 would focus on what they call core infrastructure, roads and bridges, according to Representative Graves, ranking member of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee. Let's see. Republicans want to work together on a bipartisan infrastructure solution. In order to reach that goal, key principles have to be addressed in this process, though. This puts forward our Republican principles, provides historic levels of funding for the roads and the bridges, ensuring we invest those funds wisely and efficiently. Yeah, unlike the 1.9 or the renovated $1.7 trillion, quote, infrastructure bill that has everything under the sun in it and a limited allocation for actual bridges, infrastructure, the things that need to be repaired in the country. All right, with that, we'll call it a morning. Thank you so much for hanging out with us through the late night, early morning hours. Have a great day. Continue to share with your friends. Let them know we're back, up and running, thanks to our friends at Hot Shot Secret. And we'll see you back at the midnight hour tonight. Hope you'll join us once again, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream